You see now?
Yes, correct. Now it's okay.
Okay, then let me introduce one more time then. If not, maybe I thought like it
Yeah.
was started. Okay. Shashi, please take care about whoever waiting in the lobby part and
Yes,
okay,
sir.
fine then. Let me start. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, where location joins. And as a part of DP600 study group, which has been conducted by Data Analytic Group, and a Get Certified DP600 Fabric Analytics Engineer. So here we have collaborated with other MVPs and as well as the super users to get session is completely in a sequence manner. The first session is going to have an introduction of the Microsoft Fabric and what is he is going to explain. Suparna Babu is going to explain the lake houses and lake house as well as the data flow Gen 2 and along with some important features on this Microsoft Fabric part. And other than that, and if you are planning to get certified on this DP600 program, so we are going to share a Fabric link to you. So I mean like a forms link. So in this, we are trying to add and trying to collect the feedback as well, which we need to share it with the Microsoft Global Platform Community team. So here we are trying to add one more criteria. How can we get it a discount on this? So here, if you can try to scan this QR code, it will be redirect to the Microsoft Community Forum. So you have to first sign up with your credentials. You can sign up with your personal credentials, and it will ask you, are you looking for the exam voucher, or maybe if you are trying to participate on some another live event and so on. Try to add those details, and then you have to get name this particular event, which event has been impacted. So from data analytic group, DSP 600 event, we are trying to conduct the complete series here. If you're observing here, request 100% discount. If you can try to click on this, it will be redirect to one more link to you. So here we need to add some more details. So maybe if you want to climb this particular DP600, so maybe which exam you are going to take it, DP600, try it, why you want to certify this, try to add those details. What challenge did you participate or else completed? Please try to add, so whoever joining in this current session, please try to add data analytic group session, Fabric data days. And maybe if you are trying to add some more links, you can add it as is. And why, when you are going to plan and when you are going to take that exam, please try to uh, get this examination, get it done before December 5th. If you can see the submission period is ending date is December 5th. So please try to get it enrolled and try to provide all the details as requested by the Microsoft. So it's the first come first serve basis. So whoever interested and plan to take the certification, please try to enroll yourself and get it certified. That's what wish you all the best. And coming to this first session, Suparna Babu is our first speaker. He is an data engineering specialist at LNT Mindtree, and he's also a super user at Microsoft Fabric Community Forum. So, Suparna Babu, I'm handing over the stage to you. Please start and let me know if you have anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rajendra, for giving this opportunity. So, hello everyone. Let me share my screen. Before that, let me turn off camera. So, hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Babu. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, hi. Hello everyone. So, welcome you all for this Fabric Data Days DP600 study group session 1. So, this session 1 will mainly focus on you to give introduction about the Fabric. So, before going into the topic, let me introduce myself. So, I am INTURI Suparna. So, I have a 7+ years of experience in data analytics field, and I graduated from JNTU, and I do have um, three certifications: PL300, DP600, and DP700. Currently, I am working at a data engineering specialist in LTI Mindtree, and I am a founder of Next Gen Data Aspirants community. So, this is a short introduction about myself. Let's moving to the further slide. So, what in this session I'll cover today. So in this session I am going to cover introduction about Fabric. So what is Lakehouse, and followed by so what are the data flow gen 2 and how we can use the Fabric data pipelines for orchestration purpose, and I will show you a small demo of the Spark, how you can use the Spark in the notebook environment. This and all I am going to cover today. So so before going into the session, let's see what is Fabric in the action. Just please let us know if if you are not able to hear the sound. I am playing the video. Just a minute. Why it is not playing? Just a minute. Hmm. I think it's some issue is happening. Just a minute. Let me stop and let me reshare my screen.
Power your AI transformation by bringing all your teams and data together on one complete AI-powered data platform, Microsoft Fabric. With one lake, you get an open and AI-ready data lake for the entire organization that can connect to data from anywhere in multiple ways, so that all users are working from the same copy across analytics engines. From data integration to data engineering, data science to real-time intelligence, your data professionals have all the tools they need in a pre-integrated and optimized SaaS environment. And they can extend Fabric further with native industry-specific workloads. With the new Fabric databases, you can provision simple, autonomous, and AI-optimized databases in seconds, ready to unlock innovative new scenarios for AI transformation. For large volumes of in-motion data, you can use real-time intelligence to ingest, transform, and explore data for instant insights. And you can define criteria to trigger downstream actions. All this intelligence can then securely flow to Power BI and the Microsoft 365 applications your people use every day, informing their decision-making with insights right where and when they need data the most. And everything is backed by category-leading security, governance, and compliance capabilities. Plus, Fabric empowers your people to accelerate productivity with Copilot and built-in generative AI features. All your data, all your teams, all in one place. This is Microsoft Fabric.
Yeah, I think moving on to the
Power
further
your AI
slide. Just a
transformation.
minute. So I dropped already a question in the chat box. Will you please answer the chat box? Are you a beginner? Are you a intermediate? Are you a advanced experience? So already I dropped a question in the chat box. Please reply for this. According to your inputs, I'll go through. A Harika, a very good intermediate, and then intermediate beginner. Prashant, Sai, good. Okay, beginner, intermediate, beginner. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of beginners and intermediate. Okay, fine. We'll take care. So I'll jump into the topic. The first and foremost topic: explore end-to-end analytics in the Microsoft Fabric. Let's see what is that. So here now. So Microsoft Fabric. So this is the Microsoft Fabric architecture. So here, if you see, the first work component is data factory. So data factory is a device where you can orchestrate your pipelines, like how you have the Azure data factory in the Azure services. The same thing here replicated, but the functionality, everything is feel and look different from the Azure Data Factory. Second component is data engineering. So in the data engineering, what you need to do, you need to load the data, you need to transform the data, you need to cleanse the data, and you need to process the data. And once the everything process is completed, then where you need to store the data. For storing the data, you will have a component called data warehouse. So in the data warehouse, what you will do, you will store the warehouse structured data. Like in Azure, how in Azure SQL database you can store the data in the table structure format. In that format, same in the data warehouse, it will accept only structured format. It will accept only structured format. And while coming to the data science, so by using the data science, you can train the models, you can predict the future sales and everything. And this one is real-time intelligence. What is real-time intelligence? If you see, real-time intelligence is a concept where you can process the real-time data. For example, share market. It will change. It will change the data per second, per millisecond, per microsecond. By connecting the real-time share market data, you can use the intelligence. For example, yesterday the election result was came. For the election result, how Election Commission of India updating in the website for every 5 minutes. They are using the real-time intelligence concept. And the last but not least, Power BI. So Power BI is a tool where it's a number one visualization tool where you can build the reports interactively and sharing with the your clients. So moving on to the further slide. So in this Microsoft Fabric, this supported by the one, like everything whatever you are doing the pipeline, you are processing the data and you are storing the data and you are predicting the models using the real-time intelligence and Power BI. Everything data will be stored in the one lake. What is one lake? One lake is a SaaS product. So it will have a full security and governance and compute and storage. It will be like your OneDrive. How for your Outlook email ID you will have a OneDrive. So for this Fabric, this one lake will act as a OneDrive. Whatever the data, it could be a CSV format, it could be JSON, Parquet, you can save it in the one lake format. So moving on to the further slide. So that's why one copy is key component of one lake that allows us to read data from single copy without moving or replicating. So actually, usually what will happen in real time, suppose the data is stored in somewhere. So BA developer will consume the data and some other team wants to analyze the data. Again, they will duplicate the data. So in the one lake, you no need to duplicate the data. It's just a one copy of data. From this, you can access like this. You can access this, 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 and you can access for Power BI also. So moving on to the further slide. So here, how Microsoft Fabric categorized the data teams, because already we saw a lot of workloads are there in the Fabric. So Microsoft Fabric is categorized all the workloads into 5 roles. So what are those roles? The first one is main important one, data engineers. Why data engineer is in the first place? Because data engineer is the root of all remaining roles. Data engineering is the root, because without data engineering there is no role exist, because they are the front warriors. They will collect the data from your clients, they will pull the data, they will clean the data, and they will provide the data. So once the data engineers will provide the data, so what tools they will use? Data factory, data warehouse, fine, real-time intelligence, and data engineering. So after everything is completed, then analytical engineers. Who are these analytical engineers? Especially this session is mainly focusing on this analytical engineers, because this CP600 certification name itself, it's a Fabric analytical engineer. So here what you need to do, you also need to perform some small pipeline activities, and you need to perform some you need to write a code by using a Spark or by using a Python, or you need to save the data in the data warehouse, and finally you can build the reporting by using the semantic model where the data is stored in the data warehouses. This is analytical engineers will do. And data scientist, what data scientist will do? Once everything is ready from the data warehouse, data scientist will pull the data by using the data science, this machine learning concepts. They will train the models and they will predict the futures. So they will predict the futures. And data analyst is nothing but a, in terms of Fabric, I am calling them as a Power BI developers. So what they will do, they will pull the data from this warehouse. They will pull the data from this warehouse and they will build a interactive report. like this. They will build an interactive report, and that report will be consumed by your clients. And decision makers, who is decision makers? These are the clients. Decision makers is the clients, where they will also have the access, because being a developer, you will have the, let's say you will have, being a decision maker, they don't have the pro license, just they have the normal basic license. For that license, they will view the report and they will take some decisions. And let's say there is make some decisions why the sales is happened in the low in the November, what impacted. So that's based on that they will take the decision here. Based on that they will take the decision here. So moving on to the further slide, and it enables and uses the fabric must be enabled. So how you need to work on the fabric, how you need to work on the fabric. So fabric in the demo part I'll show you. First of all, your tenant should be must be enabled by the fabric. And fabric admin, formerly we call it as a Power BI admin, now we call it as a fabric admin. So actually there are three type of admins are there: fabric admin, Power Platform admin, and M365 admin. Actually fabric admin, in the admin settings, they need to enable one setting. If they enable that settings, so you can able to create the trial in license, and later you can create the trial workspace. So, and if you want to work on the fabric, your workspace capacity minimum, at least minimum premium per capacity are fabric license mode. If you have the license, it have the fabric license mode. So moving on to the further slide. So next, let's jump into the lake house. So here, if you see what is lake house, lake house. So lake house is a place where you can store the unstructured data, semi-structured data, and structured data. So here, whatever you will get, you can directly dump into the lake house. For example, let's say you are getting the data in the form of CSV, directly you can dump. You are getting the data in the form of JSON files, you can dump. Here lake house, in the lake house you will get two sections. One is files and another one is tables. In the files you can store any kind of data. You can store, if you want you can store video, if you want you can store image, if you want you can store any other. But in the table section you can store only structured format. You can store only structured format. Like in this lake house, what that's what here in the lake you can store unstructured data and semi-structured data. But in the data warehouse you can store only structured data. Whatever the structured data here you have, you can store structured data in the form of tables format. Moving on to the further slide. Same, why it is helpful, it is a scalable distributed file storage and big data technology and compatibility. And while coming to the data warehouse, as I mentioned earlier, it's a kind of a relational database. It's a relational schema modeling, and you can use SQL language. Here you can use only SQL language in the data warehouse. But in data lake means lake house, you can use T-SQL and you can use Spark, Python, Scala, or language. But by using the SQL Analytics endpoint, you can use only SQL, and while coming to the notebook, you can use remaining all these other languages. Hope you are all are getting. Moving on to the further slide. So work with the fabric lakehouse. See here, this is a sample snapshot of a fabric lakehouse. Let's see what is this each and every component. So here, if you see the first component, it's a lakehouse. As I mentioned earlier, this is a files section. Here, see, the file is stored in the form of CSV. And the second one is table section. In the table section, here we saved the data as a form of table, delta table format. Next, let's see the next component. See, this is the SQL Analytics endpoint. So as I mentioned earlier, here you can use only normal T-SQL language. By using the T-SQL language, you can query the data. You can use only just read-only commands, and you don't have privileges to modify the data. It's just only read-only purpose. This lakehouse will be, because this is a key, very, very important question for your exam point of view also. They will ask a question. I have a table in the lake house like product table, so I want to modify the data, I want to insert the data, or else I want to update the data by using the T-SQL. So is it possible, yes or no? Then undoubtedly you can opt no, because there is no role to update the data in the lake house. Where you can update the data, I can tell you in the upcoming slides. Next, let's see the next component. The next component is semantic model. Once the data is ready, on top of that you can build a semantic model. By using this semantic model, you can create the report by using the Power BI. You can share this data set with some of your colleagues to analyze their data. So moving on to the further slide. Now, in the lake house, how many types of way we can load the data in the lake house? So we can ingest the data and connecting the data by using main four components. The first component is notebook. By using the notebook, you can load the data. And notebook also is known as, you can process the data, huge amount of data, huge volume of data. You can process the data by using various languages. And data flow gen 2. What is data flow gen 2? Data flow gen 2 is nothing but a, if you are a Power BI developer, you know one component in Power BI desktop, we call it as a Power Query editor in the Power BI desktop. But while coming to the Microsoft Fabric in the cloud, they renamed it as a just data flow gen 2. So some people will call it as an online Power Query editor, and some people will call it as a data flow gen 2. So here we are seeing the gen 2. Then where is gen 1? So gen 1 is also a older version, but data flow gen 2 is a advanced version. What is the difference between gen 1 and gen 2? Gen 1, where you can clean the data, you can transform the data like your Power Query editor. But in gen 2, what are the facilities we'll have? We will have a lot of facilities. In that, I can mention here one facility. You can directly, once, let's say suppose you loaded the one table, you cleanse the data. Then once you push it the data into the if you want to push the data into the lake house or warehouse somewhere, you can directly publish the data into the your data sources. That is the one major added advantage. And the third one is pipelines. By using the pipelines also, you can load the data. Let's say for example, your data is in the GCP bucket, so you want to pull the data. By using the shortcuts or by using the this one, you can use, let's say your data is in the for example, where that is in the Azure blob storage. You want to pull the data. So by using the pipelines concept, you can use a copy job activity. By using the copy job activity, you can pull the data from your ADLS to Fabric Lakehouse. And the last one is shortcut. Shortcut is nothing but a, what is shortcut? So shortcut, let's say you have the data in your S3 bracket. So you want to analyze the data. You want to analyze the data. Just you can create a shortcut by using the credentials, and you can bring the data into the Microsoft Fabric and you can analyze the data. But here you will not allowed to do any changes of that table. The changes should be come from the source. What is source here? Let's say for example, Amazon S3 or else GCP bucket. So from there you can set, just you can, here you can analyze the data, because shortcut is a place where you can collaborate your crowd cross cloud functionality, means from one cloud to one cloud. Because data will not be resides in the only single cloud, because depending upon the requirement, depending upon the budget, your clients will save the data as per their convenient. Moving on to the further slide. So how we can explore, transform and visualize the data in the lakehouse? So as I mentioned earlier, the first one is you can use SQL Analytics endpoint, and you can use Apache Spark by using the notebooks and by using the some Spark job definitions, and by using the data flow data pipelines, and also by using the data pipelines. And how you can visualize the data? By using the Power BI. By using the Power BI, you can connect to the Lakehouse semantic model and you can visualize the data. Moving on to the further slide. So in this session, what we covered: Lakehouse architecture, how to work with Lakehouse, and data ingestion, transformation, and explore the all tools. Let's move into the next section. The next section is ingesting the data flow gen 2 in the Microsoft Fabric. So here, if you see, this is the sample snapshot of your data flow gen 2. So this is the visual query. This we call it as a visual query. So basically, why this data flow gen 2 is very famous? It's a low code tool. It's a low code tool. So, and you can extract the data, you can pull the data, you can transform the data, and if you want, you can append the two tables. If you want, you can join the tables, you can clean the data. Suppose you want, if you want to extract the year from the date column, you can extract the date and you can save it, and you can publish into the your lake houses. This is the destination option. So later part of this session, I'll show the demo how you can publish this data into your lake house. Moving on to the further slide. So What is the pros and cons of data flow gen 2? If you see, this is a self service. You can once you can show it to the your clients, or else you can show it to any of the your team members. They will easily use this data flow gen 2 because it's a user friendly, and you can optimize your data flows by extracting the data once for reuse. Let's say there is a clean data set. If you want to reuse the data set again, you can share this data flow gen 2 with some other. They can pull the data from data flow gen 2 and they will build the report. And it meant here lot of text is there, ensure consistency and quality. Okay, this and all I am going to show in the demo. And limitations, let's see what are the limitations. As of now, the limitations are data flow data flows are not a replacement of data warehouse, because data flow is a altogether a different topic, because it's not a replacement of data warehouse. And the main thing is RLS not supported. The main drawback is RLS not supported, but Microsoft people are working it. Who knows, in future maybe we can expect from the Microsoft also this update. And fabric capacity workspace is required. The thing is, if you want to work on data flow gen 2, your workspace should be assigned to the fabric capacity workspace. It should not work on the sharing capacity or normal capacity. It should assign, your workspace should be assigned to the fabric capacity workspace. Moving on to the further slide. So here if you see, if you are seeing this snapshot, you people are thinking somewhere we saw this screenshot, where it's first we see in the before coming into the fabric, we saw this snapshot in the Power Query editor. The same, the first one is, this is a Power Query window ribbon. The second one is here queries. Whatever the tables you load here, the tables will be loaded. And the third one is, this is a visual query. And fourth one is your sample preview of data. Fifth one, query settings. In the query settings you will get applied settings, and you will get the data destination. So here see the steps, and this is the visual query. So if you turn off this visual query will disappear. So this is exploration of data flow gen 2. Let's moving on to the further slide. So how you can integrate this data flow gen 2 with your data pipeline. So if you go to the Fabric Data Factory, there are a lot of activities are there: copy job activity, notebook activity, mirroring activity. So if you want, you can use copy data activity. By in the copy data activity, you can call this data flow, or else directly you can call data flow. We have the data flow option also. If you see here in this snapshot, they mentioned data flow. Or else you can add your notebook also, you can get metadata also, and you can execute your script or stored procedure also. I'll show that all you in the demo. Moving on to the further slide. So in this session we explored about this data flow gen 2 capabilities, and data flow gen 2 how we can ingest and transform data, and using the data flow gen 2 in the data pipeline. So moving on to the further slide, this we can see the how we can orchestrate the data movement in this upcoming slides. So here, if you see, this is a sample snapshot of pipeline. So where, as I mentioned earlier, copy data, data flow, notebook, get metadata, some lookup activity, some script activity. See, there are lot of activities are there. Here, you can use directly copy data. Let's say your data is in your on-prem. You want to bring the data into Fabric. You can use copy data, and you can use parameters. You can use pipeline runs. These pipelines will mainly useful where you can pulling data from one place to n place. This is very useful. You can schedule the pipeline also as per your convenience time. Moving on to the further slide. So what is the common activities? See here they mentioned a lot of activities. So just you can go through this snapshot. The main, you can use the, if you use copy data tool, these are the copy. See, AWS bucket, Amazon Redshift, Amazon S3, let's say Google Cloud Storage, some HTTP connector. So a lot of connectors are there. So here if you see copy product data, so he is just connected from lakehouse. From lakehouse he is sending the data into the some bronze lakehouse. What is the table name? Product table name. So here you can edit the table settings. Next, and also if you want build your pipeline from scratch, you can go for it, or there will be some predefined templates are also there in the data factory. So if you want to do a bulk copy, directly use this template. These are the common templates. If you want to bulk copy from files to database, you can use this. If you want to copy data from sample data to warehouse, you can use this. If you want to copy data from ADLS Gen 2 to Lakehouse, you can use, because there are already lot of templates are there here. If you see here, there are lot of templates are there. So moving on to the further slide. So here, how you can monitor the pipeline. Here, there is a option called run history. In the run history, you can monitor the pipelines. So here, if you see, this pipeline is completed, this pipeline is failed. Also, there is a one component called in the fabric, that is, we call it as a monitoring hub. From there also you can monitoring each and every activity, not only pipelines. You can track the activity of data flow gen 2, you can track the activity of pipeline, you can track the activity of data warehouse. What you are doing, you can track everything in the your fabric monitoring pipelines. Moving on to the further slide. So in this session, I covered pipeline capabilities and I add how to add copy data activity, how to create pipelines, and how to run the monitor and pipelines. So moving on to the further slide. So next, let's go and explore about what is Spark. So Apache Spark is a language, so where you can use for large data scale analytics, large scale data. If you want to use massive amount of data by using the SQL, it's not possible. You need to go with the Spark, because Spark will have a kind of driver node, worker node, and job node. So you can use that kind of things. You can create the Spark clusters. By using the Spark clusters, you can process the massive amount of data. Moving on to the further slide, how you can use the Apache Spark. Actually, in Fabric environment, you will have a component called notebooks. In the notebook, you can pull the data from the lakehouse. You can, by using the PySpark, whichever language is familiar for you, PySpark, Python, Scala, R language, you can use the you can process the data. Usually, most probably will prefer the PySpark and Spark SQL, because PySpark will be the very fast processing language. Moving on to the further slide. Here, if you see how to run the Spark in the Fabric. So you have two components, notebook. Anyhow, I'm showing it in the demo, and the second is Spark job. By using these two components, you can run the Spark jobs. So this is notebook user sample snapshot, where this is the table. So interactive environment. In this, you can use the, by using in these cells, you can write the code, you can process the data. So this is the non-interactive script, where you have your own script. By using some you can develop, you can directly upload, and you can use that script in the your Fabric environment. Moving on to the further slide. So how we can load the data into the Spark data frame. So here, if you see, there is a sample data frame. They are reading the data from files section. From the files section, there is a table called product. So they are reading this, and they run the command display df.limit. It is showing top 3 rows. It is showing top 3 rows. This is the sample data frame. So here, if you see, and if you want to load another CSV, so they are already here defining the schema. After loading the data, they are defining the schema, and after defining the schema, they are loading this data to that schema. Initially, there is no schema. Now here we have the schema. Moving on to the further slide. So how you can transform the data. Let's say here he want to access the only two columns. So what he written the command to select of product ID, line item total. That's why he get product ID and line item total. This is how you need to transform the data. Moving on to the further slide. And if you want to apply some where condition or filter conditions, see here they applied two conditions, where order quantity equal to 1 or order quantity equal to 2. Based on this order quantity, these results will be filtered. So you can use, that's what the beauty is. If you learn the SQL, PySpark is also kind of a SQL syntax only. So the same commands, you use the same where command in the SQL, the same command in the your PySpark also. Moving on to the further slide. So if you want, you can group the data also. Let's say here what they are doing, they are grouping the product ID wise order quantity. So product ID wise order quantity, actually this is wrong here. Here it should come product ID and order quantity, but here it is showing order quantity and quantity. Okay, fine. That's so anyhow I'm going to show it in the demo. Next, how you can transform the data already. So if you want to write your transform data as a Parquet format, you can use this command. And let's move into the partition. So this is plays very key role. So you have a 10 years of data. If you want to partition the data by using the some partition command. So how you can partition the data? So here if you see by using this command, see df dot write partition by year. So they are going to partition by year and mode overwrite and Parquet format. In the Parquet format, they are storing the data. So, and if you are not familiar with the Spark language, but you want to write the code, what is the other alternative option? That other alternative option, we call it as a Spark SQL. So if you have a SQL, very good SQL knowledge, you can use the Spark SQL knowledge. Let's see how you can write. So in this, let's say this is a bikes data frame. So the same thing, whatever you are going to write in your SQL, select some XYZ columns from the table where category in this display bike sales. Now let's see. See, this is one way by using the Spark SQL. The second one is magic command. By using the magic command, directly you can write SQL in the Spark cells, in the your notebook cells. So then visualize the data. So in the PySpark, you can visualize the data. There are two ways. There is a inbuilt feature by Microsoft. By using that feature, you can visualize this. I can show it in demo. Then you can use some Python libraries also, like matplot library. By using the matplot library, you can visualize the data. Let's say, for example, you can use the visualize the data by using matplot library also. Okay, let's jump into the demo. So if you see, this is my fabric environment. This is my fabric environment. Here already I created a workspace. So let me go to the workspace settings. So here if you see in the workspace settings, click on the license info. So in the license info, currently it is assigned to the trial license and the trial capacity. This is the capacity. So, and in general, if you want to explore about fabric workloads, so in the license, click on edit. So here you should assign to the trial license. In real time, your clients will purchase fabric capacity license. They will assign to the fabric capacity, because for this demo purpose, I'm selecting the trial license because I don't have the fabric capacity license. I created this workspace. The first what we will do, I'll show you shortcut. So let me create a lake house first. Click on this new item, go here and set just type lake house, and you can type lake house DP600 lake house. Let's say for example DP600 lake house demo 1. Demo 1. I think it should not accept iPhone. Let me put underscore. Fine. Now let me create. So now it is creating the lake house. Now it is creating the lake house. So here if you see, loading your lake house, loading your lake house. So first what I will do, I'll show how you can pull your data from some other existing other clouds by using this shortcut option. Click on this shortcut. So I have a GCP cloud account. So what I'm going to do, I'll select GCP cloud. I'll create new connection. I'll create new connection. So it's loading. So in the new connection, I need to pass two URLs, storage.googleapi.com. So already I have my URL is there. So let me copy this URL and let me paste it here. So edit connection, and I'll rename this connection as a GCP to fabric, GCP to fabric. And it is here we have only one kind of authentication. This is something restriction from the GCP cloud, not from fabric. Okay, HMAC key. So how you will find here already, here if you see, this is the key. This is already I extracted from GCP cloud and I saved in my notepad. Let me copy HMAC key and go to my fabric access ID and secret. I'll copy this and I'll paste it. Okay, everything is ready. Click on next. So now it is navigating. Now it is asking enable cache. This is very, very important. Please listen carefully, everyone. So in your exam, there is a chance, not chance, they will ask this question. Already I faced this question. If I'm pulling the, so if you have a Amazon S3 bucket, you are pulling the data from Amazon S3 bucket by using shortcut option. What is the maximum retention rate for the cache for the shortcuts? If you turn on this, you will get to know that the maximum days is 28 days. See here, the maximum date is 28 days. Definitely you will get this question in your exam. Please make a note of it. The maximum days is 28 days. Okay. So I enable 28 days. Click next. So let me click this and loading your folder contents. So in my GCP bucket, I have these two data sets, electronic store and car data. So let me see the same thing, car data and electronic store. Okay, let me select this. Let me click next. So as of now, I don't want to convert this as a delta tables because it will take more time. So just I want to save as it is CSV files in the my file section. That's why I'm skipping this option. And let me rename DP600 demo GCS, Google Cloud Storage. Click OK, just click create. So it is succeeded. Now let's click on this. So here if you see the same data, car data and electronic store data, the same data, whatever the tables here presented. So we using by using this shortcut here, you can see there is some symbol. Let me zoom. So here if you see there is some symbol. This is shortcut symbol. By using this shortcut symbol, you can get the data from the supported connectors in the fabric. As of now, we have a Amazon S3 and Amazon's buckets and GGS, and some in future we can expect more connectors also. So this is one thing. And the second thing is how you can upload your data from directly from your on-prem. Click on this horizontal ellipsis, go to upload files, click on upload files, click on this files, and let's say I want to pull this bike data and this Tata New Sales, these three files. Click upload. Okay, click upload. So now these files are uploaded. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. See, three files are uploaded. Now I want to load this into a tables. Directly you can load these tables, but I will not do. What I will do, I will go with the notebook. I'll go to this. I'll take a new notebook. I'll take a new notebook. Meanwhile, I'll open my workspace here. So because I'll open this lake house. So I'll move this here. So here if you see in the file section, we have this data. Let me see, I want to see, this is notebook environment. This is the user interface will look like. So here what you need to, first before running any cell, you need to connect with the cluster. You need to connect with the standard session. Let me go with standard session. So it is connecting. So what I'll do, meanwhile, I'll write a code. Spark equal dot functions import star. I'm importing the functions. Let me run this. Let me take a new cell. Now what I will do here, I want to load the bike data. So let's say bike df equal to spark dot read dot format. Which format it is? It's a CSV format. Let's type CSV. Then load. I want to copy this path. Go to this three dots and copy. I don't want ABS path. I want only relative path because it will so lengthy. Let me go. So this one. Then header equal to true. Let me run this. Let me collapse this. So what is the error coming? Format is the spelling mistake. Fine. Now let me run. Okay, this is run. Now if I want to show this display, of bike underscore df. Shift enter. If you want to run your cell from your keypad, you need to use shift enter. See, this is the table. So this is the table. So let's say from this, I want to see the from this bike data. For example, uh, I want to see the country wise sales. I want to see the country wise sales, and here let me add one more thing. Data types are not imported. Infer schema equal to true. Infer schema equal to true. Let me run this. Again, let me run this. Yes, now the data types are properly imported. See, the data types are initially here it was ABC, ABC. So because if you need to import the schema. Now I want to see the, let's say for example, country wise list price. Just simply df dot, okay, df underscore bike dot group by df underscore, oh sorry, bike underscore df, sorry, bike underscore df dot group by. So in the group by which column I need? Country. Country dot, I want to see the unit price. AGG sum of, let me see, list price. For example, I will go with the list price. List price, and we can assign this to a data frame. Country list price equal to this. Let me copy this. Let me come to second line. Display list price. Country list price. Let me run this. The moment I run, it is running. So it's taking some time. Yeah, see, this is country wise sales. See here, I don't like this name. How you can rename it? Just simply go here, comma, alias. Just where it is happening, my mouse. Alias. You can put the rename as a total list price. And I want to sort it also. Order by descending. Let me copy and paste it here. Order by this. Let me click this. Okay. Full stop, not comma. Okay. So here if you see, it is ascended. So now if you want to visualize this, what I talk in the power PPT session, click on new chart. So here if you see, it is automatically deployed. So United States this much. If you want to change this chart, click on start editing. So I don't like this, I want bar chart. So in the bar chart, see the same thing. If you want to save this in a format, see export JPEG, PNG, SVG, three type of formats are there. You can use this type of thing also. This is one thing. And let me take these two tables also. df1 equal to spark.read.format csv dot load. I'll take spark path, copy the relative path, and comma. In the interest of time, go and from the first cell, I'll copy this. And in the same way, I can copy this and I can copy the second path and I'll replace here. Okay. This I'll rename it as a df2. Okay, this is df2. Actually, these are the two different tables. Let me display df1 dot head 2. I'll take just top two records. So I'll take copy and I'll take this 2 and I'll run it. So see here, these are the two tables where in first table you will have the all the normal data, and second table you have the business data like sales discount. If I want to join these two tables, how you can join this? So here what I will do, I'll go here. So the main df equal to df1 dot join df2 comma df of first. We will have the what is the common column order id. In between these two we will have the order id. df1 of order id equal to df2 of order id, comma how you want to join. Is it a left, right, or inner? So in this case, for this demo I'll go with inner. And once if I join this order id, already I have two columns are there. It will come as a two columns. So for this what I will do, I'll drop one order id column from the table 2. So df2 of order id, id in the caps. Okay, so this is, let me run this. So it's executed. Now let's see display of df dot head 2. I'll take only top two records because it will take more time. Rajendra, I will take 5 to 10 minutes because we are in the middle of demo.
SUPARNA Babu. Okay, but just try to complete it. Another speaker is also in line. Okay,
Yeah, sure.
please. Yeah.
So okay, so this is about. So if you want to write this into the your for example, if you want to write this combined table into the lake house, you can write like how you can write. Let's say for example, df dot write dot mode or write. I want to save it as a delta format. Delta dot save as table. Let me save this as a data fact. Let me run this. So now it is working. Once if it is completed, that should become in this table section. Let me refresh this because we have a time limit. If actually I plan to show data flow gen 2 also. From the data flow gen 2, how we can create the dimensions, and after that by using these dimensions and this fact, how we can create the semantic model also. But there is no time. Fine, it's fine. Now let me refresh. See, let me go to my lake house. Let me refresh here. Okay, here let me refresh. The same table, whatever we joined in by using this Spark notebook, we can use this. So it's loading. See order ID and ship mode. So all the columns from second table also. Ship date. Oh, it is not going. Okay. Discount, sales, profit, order quantity, and category also there. Mm. Yeah, okay, Rajendra, that's all. Because actually I have one more demo is there from the data flow gen 2, but okay, we are already reaching to the time. So thank you all. Thanks, Rajendra. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Any
Yeah, Babu.
questions?
Yeah, you are on time, Babu. Okay. Any questions? 1 minute, Babu.
I think we have one question in chat. Let me read it out to you. Yeah, Goel Shishir has asked that how the map using notebook versus MATLAB library differ.
See, notebook is a place where you can execute the code. Matplot library, it's a library. You need to import that library in the notebook. That is the different, and the notebook is different. You need to, because this what it is, pandas, matplot library, numpy, these are the libraries packages. You need to import that packages. Once you import that packages, then only you can use by using that matplot library, you can visualize the data. I hope
Yeah,
I have answered your question.
yeah, one more question, Babu. So can we connect Snowflake like you did for GCP?
Yeah, we need to check. We need to check the demo. Actually, we have that option. We need to check that connectors.
Okay. Uday Bhaskar has asked what are the disadvantages of Fabric tool?
So as of now, because as I got to know from one of my friend, she is working in the Fabric. So you don't have the option to copy the semantic model directly.
Mhm. Okay. Is pipeline an alternative to Dataflow Junta?
No. Pipeline is different thing. Pipeline is a place where you can orchestrate your workload items. Dataflow Gen2 is a tool where you can clean the data, you can perform the data. It's not a alternative tool. These two are the dependent tools.
And we have another question. What is the default retention for shortcut?
So it's 28 days. You need to select. There is no default. Already while in the demo already I shown you, you need to turn on that catching option. So you need to turn on that according to the requirement. If your requirement is only 7 days, you can opt for 7 days, but the maximum is 28 days. Any more questions?
Yeah, there is a person raising their hand. 1 minute. Let me unmute yourself. Give me a minute. Sai Manasa. Yes, please go ahead. Your question, please.
Yeah, hi, Babu. So after 28 days, we need to load the data again into the cache, or if we are using the data regularly, it will be part of the cache.
No. Actually, catchy means, let's say what you are doing by using the shortcut, you are analyzing the data. Just you are not going to do any transformations in the shortcut.
Mhm.
So after 28 days, it will expire. The cache will expire. So you need to rerun the this one
Short.
flow shortcut.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
thank
still,
you.
if there is any queries, we will post it in the LinkedIn handle of Suparna Babu. So please get in reach out to him so that he can answer to you. And one more last question from Sambit. Okay, just give me a minute. Sambit, please. You can speak, Sambit. You can unmute yourself. You can speak.
No, you are not audible, Sambit.
Okay, I think he's unable to unmute. Okay.
Okay, you can reach out me in LinkedIn. Whatever you have queries, I'll answer you.
I posted Suparna Babu's LinkedIn. Please get in reach out to him so that he can answer to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Babu. Thanks for your time and thanks for joining.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rajendra. Thank you, the organizers of data analytics group.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, Babu. Thank you. Our next speaker is none other than Amit Chandak, sir. So, Amit, you there?
Yeah, hello everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Amit, loud and clear. Please unmute yourself. Give me a minute, Amit.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm able to hear you.
Yeah.
I hope everyone able to hear. Amit is going to cover all about data warehousing. So no introduction is required for Amit. He has done a lot of activities on Microsoft Fabric Community Forum. He is already running DP 700 event on weekdays, and next event is going to happen on Monday. So please try to join. I will also post his uh, YouTube link as well as his LinkedIn handle in the chat. Please get in reach out to him if you something require on this support or any questionnaires related to the Microsoft Fabric. So Amit, I'm handing over the stage without any hesitation. I'm very eager to get to know about how this Microsoft Fabric and the data warehouse concepts has to be collaborate and how we are going to use it.
Okay, I'm hopeful my screen is visible.
Yes,
I did
yes.
share that. Okay,
Yeah.
so today this is the intermediate slide. So there is no slide of saying my introduction, but Rajendra has given a good introduction. So welcome everyone. I'm Amit Chandak, Microsoft Data Platform MVP, Power BI Community Super User. I run a YouTube channel with my own name. You can find with name Amit Chandak, and I post a lot of content for Microsoft Fabric and Power BI. And today in this session, we are going to talk about data warehouse. So as you are already attending this session for DP 600 along with Rajinder, and thanks to Rajinder for organizing all these sessions. I see every week he's doing some session or other session, so great commitment from his side, and inviting people like us to give an opportunity to speak with you is again very thankful to him for giving us, all of us, this opportunity to interact on Microsoft Fabric and taking our journey forward in that. So as you guys might be aware that Microsoft has launched this platform, which is almost completing 2 year. I think GA was done, I think around the same date in 2020. The three. So it's a GA happy birthday for Microsoft Fabric. So those who are watching this journey along with me and Rajinder, you might have seen how the tool has evolved over last couple of years, and those who are really new might have got a quick overview of what Microsoft Fabric can do. Now, one of the core component of Microsoft Fabric is data warehouse. Since the beginning, Microsoft has realized that a T-SQL read-write based component is must for any data analytics system. So while Fabric is this end-to-end data analytics system, you would like to use lake houses, you would love to code in PySpark, but uh, T-SQL or SQL or SQL, what we call, has a greater role to play in this data warehousing system. And there was a time when most of these data warehouse has been built on SQL-based systems. So what Microsoft has done is, while they were creating this technology platform, they did created the data warehouse, which we simply call warehouse in Microsoft Fabric, which is basically T-SQL enabled. Now, in the backend, the files are still saved in delta Parquet format. You do have a time travel facility, which you previously have seen in lake houses or delta lakes, but that is also available in warehouse. So what we are going to do today is we are going to do this quick journey here on Microsoft Fabric data warehouse. So let's look at what is this warehouse is all about. Just a simple definition. I'm just going to read out, but if you have more questions, happy to ask. See, warehouse provides you comprehensive support on both transactional data definition language DDL and data manipulation language DML. So means you will be able to write down, create, insert, update, delete in T-SQL. Please remember that in lake houses, T-SQL is supported but read only. But if you go to Spark SQL there, and Spark SQL, you will be able to do both read and write. So when we are talking only about SQL or SQL, we are only about talking about T-SQL. So if you are not mentioning it is Spark SQL, it means we are talking about T-SQL, because that is what the trend has been so far. It functions as a warehouse process robust T-SQL capabilities similar to those found in enterprise data warehouse. So if you have used enterprise data warehouse in the past, it has similar kind of capabilities. Okay, now there are certain limitations as you go forward, you will see, and when I try to create the table, you will also observe that we don't have like still support for identity column or enforced primary key. So those are things which are not very common in data warehouse, so those limitations you will find. Files are stored in delta Parquet format and are presented in form of tables, and user can utilize T-SQL for data updates and transformation. So that's what is happening. The backend is still delta. And what is the advantage of this format? So you have to understand that Fabric is standardizing the data format. The structured data format is delta Parquet format or delta format. So whether it is warehouse or lakehouse, they save in the same format, or when Power BI wanted to read it, reads in the same format. So you don't require another set of data or import mode to just get your data from warehouse. So what you can think, you saved in warehouse and it became native to Power BI. How good it is that Power BI thinks it's my native data and warehouse is thinking it's my native data, and both of them are able to operate on the same data, right? And that is why we say, if you have bigger data, prefer Microsoft Fabric. Why? Because assume you created this very beautiful warehouse somewhere else, which is not Fabric. And what Power BI says, it loves import mode. It works best in import mode. To bring that to Power BI, and once you bring that to Power BI, you are going to create a duplicate copy of this data. You have to again write down all those refreshes from your warehouse incremental refresh to Power BI desktop or Power BI service. Basically, we are not going to use desktop anyways for our larger set of data. We are only going to use Power BI service. So in the Power BI, you have to store that data. Now in Fabric, it doesn't happen like that. The direct lake mode allows you to directly query the data of the warehouse, just like it's a native to Power BI. And that is where we wanted to use Fabric whenever we have this data engineering, where this is a system which is meant for end-to-end data analytics, and that's why we are talking a lot about it. That's why Microsoft is providing all of you with the free vouchers, and hopefully Rajendra is going to share you the detail, or already shared the detail how to apply for that for DP600 and DP700. And in case you are looking for Power BI certification, PL 350% certification is also available. Now the last thing is not true. Now we don't have any default semantic model. Now we have to create custom semantic model, and if the time permits, we will go there also. Now when we talk about warehouse, what technology are going to support it? Definitely using Dataflow Gen 2, data pipelines, copy data jobs, and now even using PySpark. You can bring data from hundreds of sources. PySpark is supported to have the data ingestion into warehouse very recently, and I do have a video on my channel in case you wanted to explore that. So Dataflow Gen 2 can write. These are who all can write. Pipelines can write, copy job can write, T-SQL definitely can write, T-SQL notebooks. T-SQL notebooks and T-SQL are same, but yes, on PySpark notebooks also data warehouse write has been supported. You will be able to write using that. Yeah, there is a delay. They have explained the mechanism that they intermediately write it and then write it back. But yes, you can use PySpark. If you love to code on PySpark and want to work with warehouse, that is available now. Who can read? Definitely, it's a both way process. So Dataflow Gen 2 can read, pipelines can read, copy job can read, T-SQL notebooks can read, and even Spark notebooks can read now. Semantic model can read, shortcuts can read, and SQL and points. And in case of warehouse, T-SQL is a natural endpoint. So basically, SQL can read and write both. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you how to work on the warehouse by taking practical example. I'm going to create a warehouse for you. We are going to load the data, and then we are going to do some queries on that and go ahead with our journey. Okay, so now let's let me share the other. Okay? My screen is shared, I'm assuming, and I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to switch my screen to another screen, and in the other screen you should be able to see Microsoft Fabric or the Power BI UI. Let me know once you're able to see that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now you should be able to see, what is this? Oh, there's a system restarted today. Give me a second. I'm a little bit lost. Hold on the UIs. Okay, I restarted my system. That's why the highlighter is not coming. I'm just trying to bring the highlighter. So basically, I'm there on app.powerbi.com. You can also reach the same place using app.fabric.microsoft.com, and you can use the Power BI experience. Now here we have various workspaces in Microsoft Fabric or in Power BI. Workspaces are container of all your objects, lake houses, warehouses, reports, dashboards, data flow gen 2 data pipelines. And this is the first level where the security start. You can share the content with folks you want, or you can later on go ahead and share the individual entities or items with the people if you don't want to give the workspace level access. So I have created a workspace, and this workspace is a Microsoft Fabric workspace because I have assigned a trial capacity. So your workspace can be a pro workspace, your workspace can be a PPU workspace, your workspace can be a trial Fabric workspace, or your web workspace can be a Fabric workspace. Now, I'm pretty much sure everybody of you know how to create this workspace, but I can show you the workspace setting to know which workspace it is. So workspace setting on the right top, and license info is going to show you that this is a trial workspace, and my trial is expiring in the 1 day, so I need to upgrade it to a paid capacity. 60 days trial is available in case all the trials are not consumed. So, and if you see pro, premium, fabric capacity, trial, all these things are available here. Now in this Fabric trial workspace, I would like to create a warehouse. To do that, you need to click on new item. And inside this new item, if you scroll down, you have store data. Store data, we have a lot of options: Cosmos DB, Data Marts, Event House. Please don't use Data Mart. It is now going to be retired very soon. Event House, Lake Houses, Sample Warehouse. If you want to play around with sample data, Microsoft does give you that. Semantic model, SQL database. This is SQL database. It is very similar to Azure SQL. This is not warehouse. And warehouse. Finally, so warehouse is something I want to create, and let me call it WH02. I already created WH01 when I was doing the similar stuff on my channel for DP700. So warehouse 02, if you click on that, it's going to create a new warehouse and land you on the page of Warehouse Explorer. Let me duplicate this tab, and why I'm duplicating, I'm going to let you know. So while the warehouse is opening, I would like to go back to the workspace and showcase you what all entities has been created, because this is something which has changed over a period of time. Previously we used to go at warehouse as well as default semantic model. Now if you see, and I have to scroll a little down, just look at the bottom of the screen, you only see warehouse 2, and there is no other entity created like SQL Analytics endpoint or default semantic model, because first of all, warehouse itself is T-SQL, so you don't need a separate SQL Analytics endpoint. It is already synced up with the T-SQL. And the second is default semantic models are no more available after 1st September. No, they are not getting created new. If you are using the older one, time has come, you shift to the newer models, newer custom semantic model, and or the new semantic model, or what we call custom semantic model, you should shift to that. ALM toolkit can help you migrating your data, but for that XML endpoint should be enabled at tenant level as well as the capacity level. If I go back to my warehouse, and all these things are really important, especially go back and look at the properties. These may be asked in your DP 600 and 700 exams, like what are the meaning of endorsement, how can I get my SQL Analytics endpoint, can I use Copilot and how to enable it, can I get the SQL audit logs, what are the settings for that, and can I do, what is the frequency of restore, or how to create a restore point. So all these by default it's created every 8 hours the restore points, and you can add your own custom restore point. Similarly, properties, assigning it to the user, sharing it with the other user, and even using the T-SQL RLS. So we have one lake security, we have semantic model RLS, Power BI semantic model RLS, and we do have a row level security which comes because of T-SQL. All three are enabled, but going forward in the future, we will be preferring to have only security which is the one lake security, or maybe semantic model level security. We will not prefer T-SQL, because if you use T-SQL level row level security, the queries will fall back to direct query mode, not the direct lake mode. We don't want, we always want to be on direct lake mode, which is very similar to import mode, giving us all the facilities of import mode. So we will always prefer that. Now if you see, by default it's create a similar structure what you would have seen in your SQL Server Word or Azure SQL Word with the DBO schema. I got a warehouse created. Now I can load this warehouse with sample data, or I can bring in my own data. So I'm going to showcase you both, but just for our initial learning and just to showcase you few features, let me first of all create some table or data using the basic create update statement. Now to do that, what you can do is you can get a file which is available in this IMS Fabric Bootcamp, and you have a fully fledged file T-SQL 4 to 5 August T-SQL. You can use this file. Now when you are practicing, I'm going to give you another file also which you can load and practice the data, but this is just a sample. Now to run this, I can run this on here, can go and use the new SQL query and start running these queries. I can copy paste all of them here. Let's say Control A, Control C, or there is a copy button here, copy raw file, and I can paste it here. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you another method. And why I love that method, because notebooks keep that all the things handy, little cleaned up version. So I love T-SQL notebooks a lot. So I can do the same thing using T-SQL notebook. There's no difference. And I'm going to start it from here, warehouse, so that I don't have to attach a warehouse, because in a notebook, when you start a notebook from the new option, you do have to attach a lakehouse and warehouse. I want to avoid that step. So I again going to click on this new SQL query, the down arrow, and from here I will use new SQL query in notebook. And now what I'm going to do is, instead of bringing the entire code in one go, I will bring things in one cell. Uh, I'm not going to explain you how notebook works. It has been explained in the last session, but notebook provided a lot of facility. Not only it has cells which you can execute the data, but it also provide you the good way of documenting these things using markdown cells. Now we will try to create our first table in the data warehouse. Let me paste it again. Now I just kept it here, primary key. I already told you identity is not supported. And please remember, whenever we are talking about Microsoft Fabric, things change really fast. I may be talking about some features and the new feature would have came. And I remember it happens with me many times, especially with data flows and many such features with warehouse, that I was talking about one feature that it's not available and it was available on that particular day. So when we are saying it is not available, so we do go ahead and test it out. It's really not available because Microsoft Fabric provides a lot of features every month. There are 30-40 features comes every month. So go ahead and read those articles, because it's a fast growing tool. They try to listen to the customer and provide you as much as they can. So let's run this. Let's see, is the primary key got supported or not. So we do have a support for primary key, but enforced primary key, this is what we call enforced primary key, that is not supported. We can still create a non-enforced primary key. There is a little different way to create that. You can find that in documentation in my channel. But so what I've done is I've removed the primary key constraint, and I don't need every column is not null. So I can remove that. I can instead only remove not, so they can be null. It means if you don't remove, it means it can take not null value. If you keep null, it means it can take null value. I don't want customer to get the null value. That is why I'm not removing it there. And now let me run it. And where carry is also not supported. So those coming for T-SQL Word, some more differences, or the Azure SQL Word. Now the table is been created. It means I am ready to insert the data. And I'm not sure somebody's trying out along with me, but I can paste this on the chat window. But I'm hopeful you are taking that file, and once you take that file, you should be able to do it along with me. Now I have added one more cell. So typically we hover over above the cell or below the cell after the message. We should be able to get the new code button, and that's what notebooks you get options for new cells. And those who have worked on notebooks, especially using PySpark, they usually love this experience. Now I'm going to insert some data, and I already pre-created that. So how do we insert? Very simple insert statement, where basically insert into the table name, and then we provide the list of column names, and list of column names should include all the columns which are not null. Now because there is no identity support here, it means we have to insert the customer ID. Now if you are using SQL DB or Azure SQL, you know that if it is an identity column, you don't need to insert that, because automatically it will get created. But here that's not the case. So I'm giving all the name of the columns, and in the value I need to provide value for each one of them. If the value is null, I can write down null without any single quotes in case I want to insert a null value. So let me run this without selecting. I can select on run, that is available on SQL1, means you can go and run selected code, but I want to run this complete cell. So it means in T-SQL notebook you can have multiple SQL statement which you want to run, and you can select and run. Now this is being inserted. Now, and anytime we insert something, we definitely want to have a verification of that did we get anything inserted there. So we can say select star from the table name, and we can see the data is inserted. Similar way, I'm going to quickly create a sales table, and you do have the script in case you wanted to create. Again, some of the things are not supported, so you need to avoid that. And what you can do here is you can remove primary key, and you can remove and varchar if there is anything, and run that. So we got the fact sales. Now why I'm giving you this data, one is this is going to help you to learn the SQL. Also this data is little having not all the mappings. So both the tables are little deficient, means they doesn't have the complete mapping with the other. The customer table are missing some customer which are used in sales table. Sales table is missing some of the customers not having which are available, but there is no sales done. Okay, so there are missing things available here, and that is why it become an ideal way to practice left join, right join, uh, full outer join, all those join you can actually practice with this data. So I have a data ready, and I can run some T-SQL statements which can give me the data. So the first one is simply I want to query my fact sales, which I have inserted the data now. And so how do we write down a select statement? We use select, and then we use the from clause is something which comes a little later, but from clause should have a table name, at least one table name. And from that table, if I give an alias, I can give table name dot column name. With a single table, it's optional to give an alias, but if you are more than one table, you should always give. We can write down the columns which you want to directly select, and we can write down a formula. So this is a formula for the net amount. Quantity multiplied by price is going to give me gross, and 1 minus discount percentage is going to give it to me net. Means if 15% discount, 0.85 is the number I'm going to multiply, so I'm going to get net value. So if I run this query, I will get the data. And you will see when if I go back and if I come back to this notebook, this data would still be there. And this is little different than your T-SQL workbooks or T-SQL, which you run, that if you go back and come, you might not see the results. Okay, that is where if you want to use notebooks, you will find it very interesting that next time I come, I can see what all I've done last time, and whether it was returning the result or not. Yes, it was the query was running in the past. Okay, we might have done some changes or columns have changed. That's why it's not working now. So all those tracking can be done very easily. It do keep its version, so you do have a version history mostly for notebooks. So you can just check out for that. Now definitely you would like to learn all the joins. I'm going to run only inner join and the left join, but you can try out all of them looking at the file. So what is inner join? Inner join means the matching rows is going to come. So if there is something which is having not matching based on the ID of join. So what is ID of join here? Customer ID. Customer ID is available in both fact sales and customer, fact sales and dim customer. And wherever these keys are matching, only that matching data will come. Now I have 14 rows in sales table, and I should have some, I'm expecting that all the 14 rows have the customers which are mapping with the customer table, but that's not true. When I run this query, you will realize that there are certain customers which are not matching, and that's why the two customers are not coming. And one of the noticeable customer is this 999, which is not available there, and I think 113 is also not available. So 113 and 999 customers were not available in the customer table. So when I did an inner join, it did not return me that result. So only matching data is going to come from both the tables which matches this join key. Join key is important. How do we write down inner join, on, and then the join coin? So first table from, then inner join, left outer join, right outer join, or left join, right join, full join, and then the second table name as alias and on the join key. You can have more than one key, then you can write down and another set of columns, matching columns. And if you want little complex join, you can use or, between, and etc. Now there are outer joins. Outer joins is defined by position. When we say left, it means the first table will be given preference. Anything which is available in the first table, even if it is not matching with the second table, will be given will also be part of the output. So what would happen in this case? The first table, which is we consider left because it is above, so it's left. So when it joined with DBO customer, even if there are keys which are not available in DBO customer, they will be shown here. So when I run this query, what you will observe here is basically that you get two rows where you see this all empty data from customer. We don't have customers data and we are still able to get that result. Now what I can do here is I can, if I specifically need these two rows, what are the missing customers in sales? I can add a where clause here where c.customer id is null. It means it is only going to give me those records for which I don't have a matching data, and that is what we call anti-join, something which is not present. So you can make it anti-join by adding additional condition. Similarly, you could perform right join, full join and get the answers. So this data is specially made for the practice, but what I'm going to do here is I just wanted to show you one more property. I know we can run as complex SQL as I want, but here I want to do one thing. It's I want to insert little more data into my fact sales. And let me write down one more statement just after that is select get date. And the reason I'm doing that because as soon as I insert, I just wanted to know what time it is. So I've inserted, the time is also here, 11:31. Okay. So 11:31:16. Now this is not the time, this is the time basically in IST, but the system is storing in GST, and that is why I got this get date. Now this may be few seconds apart. So what I would like to know, I did talk about something about time travel. What is time travel means? That in Microsoft Fabric, whenever a data is saved, you can go back and look back. Now in warehouse, Microsoft has limited this to 30 days. Now in lakehouse, you can decide how many days of data you want. So every time the new data get inserted, it just keep the record of what is new. And based on that, it can always return you in a given point in time after your table has been created, what was your data in a given point in time. So I am always having an audit, you can say. So I'm always having that historical data with me. And then there are concept of zero copy clone here, and zero copy clone means you will be able to keep this data more than 30 days. Now let's say uh, we know that by default warehouse is only saving it for 30 days, but I want to keep something for more than 30 days, then I can create a zero copy clone. Now once you create a clone, that copy of data will always remains there even after 30 days. Now I would like to select the data. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this. So and look at number of rows. So I should get 15 rows, isn't it? I'm getting 15 rows. Now I want to go a little back into the past. I want to look back to history. That's what we call time travel. So we have this additional thing which has been provided, option, and in the parentheses you have to write for timestamp as of. Now this timestamp has to come from here, and I need to go a little behind. This is few seconds after I run the statement. So I will go ahead and remove few seconds, and because I have done this entire thing in like last 10-15 minutes, so I can't go too far away. So 1 minute 19 second 300, let's go to 1 minute 10 seconds, 1 hour 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 1 hour 10 seconds, I think 1 minute 10 seconds. So let's run this, and now you see 14. So I am right now, my table has 15 rows, but I'm still able to go back into the past, into the time, and look back into the window and say, okay, at that time I have these 10 rows. This is what the data was at that time. Now in a single query, you can only use one timestamp. So it does mean that you will not be able to compare these things unless you create something like zero copy clone to make that comparison happen. Okay, or otherwise you can load that into the intermediate objects. Let's say if you're using PySpark, you can load it to data frames and then do comparison. And as I already mentioned, PySpark is supported. What is clone in this meaning? Can I go further into pass by this? So you, from your table creation till date, you will have the, you can go into the past. Now if it crossed 30 days, by default Microsoft start deleting those past data. So you will not have the history beyond 30 days. Now what happens if I want to keep that history beyond 30 days? I can create a zero copy clone. Now zero copy clone is something, and you can find out a video on my channel which will allow you to keep that for little longer per days. Okay, so zero copy clone means basically it going to keep the history of those delta file which is needed, and now it is not going to delete that data or delete the relative data for you, so that clone will remain live even after 30 days. So zero copy claim means it's not going to create any copy of the data. It's just going to keep the files and the same set of file which this table has. It's going to keep that intact to make sure that your clone works. Now we have seen these commands. These commands can also be run on that T-SQL query which we had. I just started, finding this UI, the notebook UI, a little more useful, because when I come back I can look at. That's why I use it a lot. But it doesn't mean that you have to always use it. You can prefer the T-SQL what we have there. Now, what I would like to do is, we have seen, now know that insert, update, delete works. We would also like to explore, how can we bring in data, let's say from data flow gen to data pipelines, etc. Now, time is not so much, so I'm going to showcase you one example only. How can you bring in the data from data flow gen 2, and then how you are going to create a semantic model and analyze you. How does this differ from SCD2 concepts? Now, this is a very good question, Shishir. Shishir, SCD2 is a concept where we create a new record, especially in dimensions, when something changes. See, this is history. Why it is history? Because the way Parquet files save, it saves the incremental data. We have to understand that Parquet format is not overwritable. Once you create a Parquet file, you can't go and update it. It's a columnar database, and most of the columnar database has that problem, or columnar files have that problem. You can't update those. So delta format has been created, and if you look at the structure, especially go to the lakehouse and look at the file structure, it keep that log and it keep that additional file what you are bringing in, so that you can combine those records and create the new version. So it means that the way delta format behaves, it always has to keep the history. Now going into the past is different from SCD2, because in SCD2 what happens is, one person was my manager, I need to have a record in my table in the present. So I need to have a record which says from 1st of January, this person was my manager till 14th of November. And from the 15th of November, there is another manager till the end of time, or till the time I update it. So there are actually two records in the present. In the table, in the SCD2 table, I have two records. Here there are no two records. The deleted record will only be shown when you go into the past. When you say timestamp as of, it is actually deleted in the current version. It is not visible. Data lake we can use instead of data warehouse. I believe data lake is not having 28 days limit. Yes, data lake doesn't have, means lake house. If you use lake house, that doesn't have a limit, and that's why the zero copy concept you might not find there, because it's everything which is available. You can just go and create another stuff from there. So warehouse is having that limitation, and if you want to keep further copies, you have this zero copy. And see, this is what lakehouse is. Lakehouse is more Spark managed, and you have more control, and that is why whenever you talk about Fabric, a lot of people will talk about using lakehouses, because it provides you more control, because of this you have the control of everything from the Spark. But warehouse is T-SQL governed. You have lesser control. Like here, you can't go and see the files. I can go ahead and see the files in my lakehouse, but we know they both are delta Parquet only. Okay, but yes, it doesn't mean that you can't develop a warehouse, and you, with these limitations we have seen with the customer, because in warehouse most of the time I'm not bothered about what data was yesterday. I can reload it always. Only for auditing purpose. In financials, I'm too bothered what was it yesterday. Okay, so T-SQL warehouse provides you a robust way to develop all those procedure in T-SQL. T-SQL is so easy to develop. Writing down complex query, creating all your ETLs, writing down a huge complex query and get your results out, and that is why people prefer warehouses. T-SQL is such amazing thing which we have, and in the past people have created all these things in T-SQL, and they continue to use that. And this 28 days limitation doesn't matter, because in warehouse world, if we need the past data, we usually create snapshots, and typically it happen in case of inventory, and rest other cases we are not too much bothered what was past, because in sales I don't need to remember what was in the past, because I can always go ahead and query, let's say from 1st January to till 15th of November, what is my sales, or 14th of November, what is my sales? It is additive. When only when it is not additive, then we go ahead and do that task. Means basically create snapshot. Hey Rajinder, what is the time? We have to end at 12 or 11:45?
No, 12. Up to 12 we have.
Up to 12 we have. Okay, we have 15 minutes. So please keep on asking your questions. I'm going to go back to my warehouse WH02, and now I'm going to bring in the data. And I'm assuming there are a lot of sessions on data flow Gen 2. There might be a session, so I'm not going to explain much in detail. Rajinder, we have a session already on data flow Gen 2, or we are going to have it?
At the next, we don't have it as per the DP600 as of now.
Okay, so what I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you data flow Gen 2, and I'm also going to show you a few properties of that in that case. So now I'm going to use another file. Again, I'm going to give you link. This file is now the best file to learn Power Query is this file, sales data for Fabric with transformations. Now I have a challenge ongoing for that, which I can share you little later once I come out of this session. This is the best file if you want to learn Power Query, because it has the data which is all cooked up, not in proper shape. You have to do pivot data, unpivot data, and you have to merge tables and make it to work. Okay, and that will help you out. But for simplicity, for our learning today, we are going to use very simple data, which is basically sales data used in Fabric. And you can't use this blob when it is there directly. So for that you need the raw copy. You can change it with raw, or you can right click on this raw and copy link address. And this is the link I'm also going to give you in the chat window. I think practice is the one thing. I think there is a question, how do we create the skills? Practice is a must. You need to do a lot of practice on, Power Query, and we have a lot of challenges available on that. Dex, you have to develop SQL. SQL comes a lot, and small bit of KQL, and definitely there is some part of administration which is there. And after you are done, I think you can ping me and Rajender. There are two MVPs, Will Nidham, I think both of them are MVP, and there is one more MVP, I think Alex. They have created these bigger videos, 10 hour videos. But you should, once you're well prepared, you can watch those videos. So I'll provide the link of those videos. So maybe a week before, or 10 days before, you can start looking at those videos, and you'll get that one consolidated view of how do you actually prepare for DP 600 and 700. So I can share those details with you. Now back to the topic. I'm here back on my warehouse, and here let me open warehouse 02. In the warehouse 02, I would like to load the data using new data flow Gen 2. So what I'm going to click on, get a data option, new data flow Gen 2. And why I'm coming to the warehouse and using this data flow Gen 2, because then I don't have to set the destination. It will save me time. Load WH02, load the data to WH02, keep the GitHub integration on. This will support the saving this data to Git or Azure repositories, and then it is better to source control. Screen is stuck. Okay, let me unshare and share it again.
Just give us a minute and we'll back. Okay. Amit, you there? Amit is going to rejoin. Just give us a minute. How difficult exams are? Any idea? Ganesh, can you hear me? My voice is audible, Ganesh. In the meantime, I will try to answer your queries.
Yes, Rajan.
Okay. How difficult exam? So DP 600 is not a fundamental part. So it's difficult as per the concepts that you are going to learn. Okay. So try to work on the real-time scenarios or try to take some general example sample data set so that it is easy for you to crack that exam. Okay, that's what my suggestion is. Maybe if you are planning for DP 700, it is again complexity is there. It is not an intermediate. You can definitely get into the PySpark related world. Many questions are there, and security part, and these are all will be there. So assessment will help you for a basic test, okay? Whether you are ready or not, that part it will be very helpful to you. Like 50 questions they are going to provide to you. Practice assessment part. It will be helpful for basic MCQ kind of a thing, multiple choices queries. Okay. Hope I have answered to you. One second, I'm just waiting for Amit to rejoin. Amit, Kaudine, is there? Amit?
He's not yet here.
One second. Yeah, Mastan, you raised your hand. Yes, please. Yes, you can unmute yourself. I mean, I just given an access, you can speak.
Yeah, sure, Rajana. Thanks for giving the opportunity.
No
Yeah, is
problem.
there any like dumps or something which already people are attend for
Eh, dumps,
APC
don't
100?
ask actually. Don't ask dumps here. Okay. Learn
Okay.
thoroughly. So dumps,
Yeah,
what is the use
because
after that? Hmm.
we have like comprehensive tutorials in the Microsoft
Hmm.
website, right? So I have
Correct.
completed their sample tests and everything.
Hmm.
So I'm planning to take. Is there any
Good.
like offers and like any kind of
I
free
will suggest you some
certification?
very good websites, Mastan. Maybe if you can ping me separately. Okay, there is a direct websites are available, which is very good. We kind of multiple
Okay.
choices queries and monthly basis they are also updating the queries. The whatever the main exam you are going to receive it. That part I can help you, but directly the dumps I'm not sure about it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. At least like
Yes.
instead of like dumps, like some kind of practice test and
Understood.
all.
Understood. Yeah, yeah. I will share it later part.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
Amit is back. So Amit, you there?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes. Yes. Clear.
Yeah, seems like the system has hand. I have to close most of the other windows, and hopefully we are still at the right place. Okay, so yes. So what I have done is basically I just want to explain that I went to my warehouse, and from the warehouse I clicked on this new data flow Gen 2. And the reason I'm getting this data flow Gen 2 from that place is so that I don't have to set destination. Though for today's learning purpose, I may show you how to set up that. I want to get a data. This is a little different UI if you might have worked on Dataflow Gen 2 in the past or Power Query. We have save buttons first of all, save and run, save and close, etc. And these are basically new changes which has come with this Git supported Dataflow Gen 2, and it behaves a little differently, but I think most of the Power Query things or the transformation things remain same. Now, these are the very familiar options. Those who have done it, you have transform tab where you have all the transformation, transpose data, pivot data, unpivot data, and all those info things are already there. And I'll share one file where you can, do that lot of transformation and prepare for that. But right now, let's do get data, and in get data, you have to click on more if you want to use the file I'm using, and there you have to search for web API. And the web API can take that Git file. And the moment I give the URL, it will take that connection. But ideally speaking, you should give the URL, connection, and name. Always give a proper name to the connection whenever you are creating. Because now remember, after the Microsoft has come in the picture at around that time, what Microsoft has done is they make these connections available in connections and gateway. And these connections can be shared with other user. It means you don't need to share the credentials always. So it is really important that we save with the proper name and assign it to other users so they don't have to create these connections. So not everybody in the organization is creating connection. You can share the connections with other users. Now once you give all the details, here you can use anonymous user, and you can click on next. Now you will see what all data is available. It's Excel file, so it contains multiple sheets. and you have to check each and every check using the checkbox, because if you simply click here in Power BI world, there is only preview here, so you will only be previewing the data. But you have to click on these checkboxes. If you forgot to click on these checkboxes, they are not in the teal color, it means you are not going to get the data in your data flow Gen 2. Once you select all of them, you can click on create. If you are seeing a table separately, it means your Excel sheet contains a table. And if you want to analyze the table data, use table option, because in that case, in case your table is extending or expanding, it will take care of that. You may have two tables in a sheet and they may be, taking different space, then it is automatically going to take care of that. So now click on create. It means it's going to load the data on data flow Gen 2, very similar to some of those you have done in Power BI when it loads the data into the Power Query. You are in the transform data mode. Now, you might be knowing that Power Query has now support the full authoring on the service. It means to create these data model or semantic data model or get the data from sources for Power BI import mode is also supported on web. Now you can directly start for a semantic model, or you can directly start with this plus button, get data, and you can start transforming that data in a similar manner we are doing here for Power BI import mode also. Now, once the tables are loaded, I can do any kind of transformation I want, but just a sample transformation I wanted to do here. I will click on the sales table and add a custom column here. So I can go to click on my sales table on the left side. We call it queries here. So I click on my sales query, go to add columns, click on custom column, means I can write down a formula columns here. It is again a calculated column, just like in your DEX. This is a Power Query calculated column, will be calculated at row level, and the data would also be saved into the disk. I'm going to create a column here, gross amount, and gross amount is nothing but quantity multiply by price. I can manually type or I can click and get this, and I can also give a data type here. This might not be available in Power Query versions of your desktop, but this is available here. And once you are able to create the formula, you can click on OK. Now, because I came from warehouse, you will see at the bottom, I already have my data destination all set up. Okay. If you want to manually configure it, you can go ahead and remove this configuration from here. You can cross it and you can start doing manually. To start doing manually, you have to click on the table which is not having a destination. You have to go to the home tab and go to this add destination. Don't choose warehouse 2, choose warehouse so that you can do the full journey. Now click on the next. Some of you doing it for very first time, it's going to ask for the login. So it may open a pop-up so that you connect your warehouse for very first time, identity login or your named login. Press on next. Now here you can use update method, replace or append, existing schema, fix schema, all those things you can do. Make sure all the columns are checked. If there is a data type problem, it may be unchecked. You have to change the data type here or go back to your Power Query, fix the data type stuff and do it. And most of the time the issue which you face is because of data types only. Save setting, it's warehouse, it do support and space in the name, though you might have seen the file I bought, it doesn't have any spaces, but data warehouse support just like your Azure SQL, name in the spaces, so we'll be able to get it. Now after you have done with everything, you can do save and run, only save, run and close. I would like to do save, run and close. Now while it is going to load the data onto data warehouse, it's going to take few minutes here. I will be going back to in one of the UI, I'll go back to my workspace so that I can monitor it. And if I go down here, I should be able to see you can see this. Now I'm happy to see there is something revolving out here, which tells me action is happening in between that was removed. Okay, it is showing last refresh, but I really doubt it's refreshed completely. So click on this ellipsis icon, 3 dot, go down, be careful when you go down, cancel refreshes before recent runs. And I did get confused many times. I'm really not sure why that was there before. So you have to be very carefully go down and click on recent run. The moment you see refresh, don't run it. That okay, I can see my refreshes what are running. Just a caution in case you are using it a lot. And here you can monitor and you can click on refresh and check whether it is happening or not. While the data is loading, I'll just check the chat window if there are any questions there. Okay. Can we get all 4 session? I think this is question for Rajender. He will
Yes,
answer
yes.
at the end. Yeah. Can we try Oracle tables connection via any method? See, Oracle Postgres are little challenging, but they are supported. Now, especially when you connect on desktop, there is a lot of challenges. I remember I end up creating the TNS data name entry and using it. And if you are forced to do that kind of stuff, if you are unable to connect, it means you will need on-premise gateway. But I can tell you Oracle is little challenging. Now Postgres, they have actually come up with new connector little better than that. But yes, Postgres and Oracle are little challenging. But you should be able to connect. AWS S3 shouldn't be a problem. I think we have a very good support, and I think if you are using the storage, there is a shortcut which is available. You just configure your shortcut and it just behave like a local file system for you. You can just take the data from there and do. So AWS S3 should be really easy. Can we use custom APIs from SAP? SAP has a very good support now. We support SAP HANA, we support SAP BW, we even support core SAP tables in pipelines. So huge support for SAP. I'm working with multiple SAP customers, and we are able to get your calculation views, your there are a couple of kind of views. All those we are able to get. Yes, if there are REST APIs, REST API, we have support for REST APIs also. Yes, there are small configuration which are also needed at, like if you're using that company code, there is a small setup change needed if you are using ODBC connectors. But I think other than that, very good support on SAP, especially in data pipelines and data flow Gen 2. You should be able to get SAP data pretty easily. And we are working with many SAP customers. There is no challenge. Now let's quickly go to the warehouse and just refresh it to see did we get the tables. And this is really good, and this will be more useful in lakehouses. If it is not syncing your metadata, this refresh option on the top can sync your metadata quickly. Let's look at the tables. Do we have the tables? Yes, we have the tables. We have all the tables we need: dim customer, dim fact, geography, item. So customer, geography, item and sales is something which we need. I do have a code for DEX date table which I typically use, but for today's, just to finish it in on time, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you how to create a semantic model. So in the middle of the screen on the home tab, you have this new semantic model. You have to click on that. This is what we also used to call in the past custom semantic model. You can say WH02-SM-01, and you can choose the tables you want. I am choosing the tables which is related to this one, and I can click on confirm. Post this semantic model is created, everything is very similar to what you have done in Power BI after loading your data tables. Create relationship, create measures, and create reports. The only thing is this experience is completely available on web, but I can tell you, if you still love Power BI desktop, you should go open a new file, use OneLake catalog and directly connect and create model from there. If you create a model from Power BI desktop, you may not get this edit table enabled here. You might have to manage it from Power BI desktop. So be careful if you're creating a model from Power BI desktop, editing might happen only from Power BI desktop. If you're creating from service, your editing might happen from service here using edit tables. You can click on any table and look at advanced and can see, okay, it is direct lake mode only, storage mode is direct lake. It means we are working in direct lake mode. Now we have to create a relationship, and what I can do is quickly I can tell you what are the relationships and do it. So city ID is going to join with the geography city ID, one to many single directional join. What happened? Sales should be on many side, save. Click on save if the relationship is correct. Same way I can join item ID with item ID, many to one single directional in this case, and same way customer ID with customer ID. All these joins are all set, and I'm ready to create my report. I can have a DEX calculated table. I can create my date table in Power BI, or I should mark that as a date table, join it with my dates, and I can use that in all my reports and time intelligence. How to create a report? Go to file, create new report, and you are ready to create a new report. I have not created a measure. Ideally speaking, you should always create a measure and then do it. But just to save the time, I'm just going to not do that. And I am here on the Power BI report on the web, and I drag brand onto the empty canvas. And you might have realized this new feature which just came in very recently. It is going to fill the complete space. So now your tables and matrices within the gap of 1 month start filling your gap. So now there is a setting. If you don't want to fill this gap, there is a setting not to fill in. And you can see I got my quantity, and I can also use my gross amount. And those who are watching my series will be able to appreciate these numbers are the very similar number which we always get. So in this way, you can create a report and save it to the workspace you want. But just a tip in Microsoft Fabric that we are not going to have data and reporting workspace same. As an ideal practice, what we do is we are not creating semantic model on warehouses and lakehouse. We create a separate lakehouse in the reporting workspace, and then we create shortcuts to everything we need, and we create on top of that. In Fabric, we do support multiple warehouse and lakehouse model now, but still we are doing that because shortcut lakehouse use the capacity of the workspace which it belongs to, and that's why we do it. So with this, I think we are going to just wrap up what we are going today. Any questions I can take up and hand it over to the next speaker.
Thanks, Amit. UK, something is there, Chaube. So I'm just trying to unmute yourself and you can speak your query. Yeah. Can you please unmute?
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. My question is, when you are, connecting to on-premises data source, let's say there are multiple on-premises data sources, and we are bringing data to, lakehouse or warehouse, then how many gateways are required there?
See, ideally speaking, one gateway can do, but if you have multiple databases, definitely you want like to create a gateway cluster so that if one gateway goes down, the other one can create it. And so all the gateways should have your access to your on-premise databases. Okay. And then you create a gateway cluster so that in something goes down or the primary goes down, the secondary is up and running. Usually it is an ideal practice to have at least two of them so that it is always up and running, it is not shutting down. The gateways should always be created on machines which are never going to shut down. They are always up and running. Yes, for maintenance you can shut down one of the machines, and that's where you need the secondary. So at least have to create a gateway cluster, but depending on load you can have multiple.
Okay, but let's say only Excel, let's say only is file, one is database. SQL Server is a database and Excel is the file. In this case, assuming that there will be no failure in my gateway side, then in this case only one gateway will work?
Yes, one gateway will work. Yes. So in production scenario, we prefer people to have the backup. But yes, if you don't have too much of data and that is always up and running, I think you can trust one gateway. There are customers who are only running on one gateway with the smaller set of data, and they don't face problem. But yes, in a larger design, you should consider the clustering of gateways. But yes, one gateway is sufficient for doing everything.
Thank you very much. One last question. And when you are pulling data using the shortcut, right, and ingesting data using the pipeline, then what are different way to transform data under the pipeline, and what is the way of transforming data using data ingested through the shortcut?
See, when we are bringing data from pipelines, pipeline do allow small bit of modification. There are, you can use additional columns and do it. But when you bring the data from pipeline or shortcut, assuming the shortcut, you are able to see a table. And when you're bringing from pipeline, you are going to land it somewhere. Maybe you are landing it in warehouse and warehouse. Warehouse, post that you can transform it using T-SQL if it is a warehouse, or PySpark or Spark SQL if it is a lakehouse. Preferred technologies are those. Similarly, shortcut, typically these external shortcuts are created in lakehouse. It means you are going to use PySpark as a technology, or Spark as a technology, or Spark SQL as a technology to transform that data and put it into your silver and gold layer.
Okay, thank you. Can't you use data flow there when you are using pipeline to ingest the data to transform the
For
data?
See, I like when you're data flow Gen 2 has a good thing that while you're bringing, you can always transform, but I'll not recommend data flow Gen 2 for a huge or a humongous amount of data. I can tell you the numbers. We have data flow Gen 1, which were running for around 10 hours. And when we use that, is with the combination, we move the transformation only to PySpark, the entire stuff happened in 10 minutes. Yes, we are not saving too much on CUs. We still consume 70% of the CUs what data flows was taking, but it gives that speed.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Chandak and Angole, Rajendra Angole. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amit, thank you so much, Amit. Thanks for your time as well. So it's a valuable session for us on the data DP600 part. And still, if any questions means you can reach out. I already posted LinkedIn handle of Amit, and he's already running a session on DP700 next week, Monday. You are going to, I mean, like one more session at morning 7 a.m. So if you're anybody interested, please join there and get knowledge. I mean, like it's free knowledge. Get it what it is and how it is going to work on DP700 part and so on. So thanks, Amit. Thanks for sharing your knowledge again. Thank you. Looking forward for
Thank
more
you, sir.
connects.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to share a few links while Rajendra is starting the other session. Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Anusha. Anusha, you there?
Yeah, hi. Hi, Rajendra.
Hi,
Hi,
Anusha.
everyone.
Hi, hi. And she is going to talk about semantic model, all about semantic model as a part of DP600 certification program. So, Anusha, I'm handing over the stage to you. So please carry on and share your views on this semantic model and Power BI and whatever you are planning to do that. Please share your views on it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for the introduction, guys. So, um, so while I start with the session, I want to give a brief idea on what DP600 brings with respect to the semantic model. So now this works in two ways. So this works for people. I hope that you're able to see my screen. If you could confirm,
Yes,
Rajendra.
yes. Yeah, you're able
Thank
to
you.
see the
Thanks for
screen.
that.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So the semantic model session that's going to happen now, this is a game changer for people who are already familiar with Power BI, and it makes a clear difference on people who are not familiar with Power BI as of now, but are pushing towards learning Fabric and Power BI in totality. So now if I categorize of for the people who have been familiar with Power BI, yes, this is an added advantage where you can score maximum points with respect to DP600, because this, as you can see in my screen, the major topics that is covered are how do you add measures to the semantic models, how do you design, how do you optimize, and how do you manage Power BI sets. The first line where we talk about adding measures to the semantic models, well, although we talk about semantic model, what we cover, what DP600 exam covers is it asks you about the DAX measures. For example, it's like taking it. It's basically how um, how the PL300 exam full flows, where you have the calculate measures, where you try to understand how filters work, and how what and exactly a measure is, and what is the calculated column. So all this is actually comes up in this part or in the semantic layer of the DP600 exam. So so while this session cover, so what I do and try is that I'll try to ensure that I try to give the information for both the guys who are new to the Power BI as well, and also to the ones who are already familiar with Power BI. But we'll also talk more about the semantic model in a deeper perspective. Yeah. So before we start, we need to understand on what semantic model really means. Well, today we explore yeah we'll explore how to add and optimize measures. We also design scalable models, enhance Power BI performance, and also go through about securing your semantic layer. Now think of this as moving from building the data foundation to making it intelligent and performant. So let's kick off things by getting a feel of for what this Power BI semantic model really is, and why is it such a big deal in the world of reporting and analytics. Think of the semantic model as the brain behind your Power BI reports. So it's what organizes your data, defines how everything connects, it adds business logic, and powers those insights that decision makers rely on. But then you might have heard it something called as a data set before. Well, the semantic model is more fitting name. So first up, why the name change? Well, semantic models are just data sets that have been rebranded as something called semantic model. The Power BI team updated the naming system for two key reasons. First, the term dataset was considered too generic, and has different meanings and different contexts. This is especially important now that the Power BI is a part of the Microsoft ecosystem, as I just mentioned. Second, the term semantic model better reflects the functionality of the analysis service data models, which is what the Power BI reports are ideally based on. So with the new semantic model view, you have access to underlying components of your model and additional tools like calculation groups, cultures, measures, perspectives, relations, the usual relationships, the roles, and the model tables. Now, one of the coolest thing about it is how it brings from different sources into one unified model. That is adding your KPIs, measures, hierarchies, and then making it all accessible to users in, the really clean and easy to use format. So when we talk about what is DAX, well, basically DAX are your analysis expressions. It's a formula language. It's optimized for analytic engines like Vertipack and focuses on context-based calculations. You use DAX to build measures, calculated columns, and calculated tables, essentially anything that performs logic or aggregation in your model. The DAX engine evaluates queries differently from SQL. It's filtered based but not row based. So when I say DAX is contextual, that's the magic. The same formula can produce different results depending on the filters applied by visuals or slicers. So once you master DAX, you start controlling not just what is calculated, but also how and when it is calculated. And that's what separates the intermediate users from the experts. I am unable to, yeah. So let's understand what is measures. So when you define a measure, you're actually creating a DAX formula that's evaluated at the query time. So it's not just stored in your data set. That means your model stays storage efficient and also it's high performing since measures don't consume extra space. So each measure appears in the model with a calculator icon, making it easy to identify. Let's try that. And let's try on a quick demo and understand how do we create a new semantic model. So this is my Fabric workspace that I have here, and this is my warehouse that I have just created. These are few of my tables that you say if I say as a goal layer, and these are the final tables which I want to take to the Power BI reports. So the first step. Now there are two ways to create the semantic model. So we have something that's inbuilt in the Power BI service itself, which is your new semantic model. But at this moment when at the time of actually giving the session, through this way, I mean through the Power BI service, we can create semantic model, but that is only through direct lake mode. So in the upcoming slides, I will be explaining you the differences between what a direct lake, I mean what are the different types of modes that are available to us. But as of now, just be understood that this is a direct lake format. So ideally in the direct lake format, whatever the data is present in the underlying warehouse is directly reflected into the report. So it's basically something that you can call as a live report. I mean, the reports that come up would be your live reports. Let's go back to the workspace and see if the semantic model has been created. So there you go. This is our first semantic model for this session. So let me give you a short tour on what are the expectations here and what you can see. Well, we have the usual file where you can manage your permissions. You have the option to refresh, analyze, and you can also write your DAX queries. You can open the semantic model and build your modeling. We also have something called prep data for AI, which we will be going ahead shortly. So when you open the semantic model, now the first observation for people who are new to semantic model but have already worked on Power BI is that by default, in the Power BI service, it doesn't usually create the relationships. We will have to create it by ourselves. So when you try to create the same semantic model in the Power BI desktop, say through an import mode, the relationships are automatically detected. So let's figure out how do we create the semantic model from the desktop. So here we go to get data and select the warehouse, which is our production warehouse. I go to Microsoft Fabric, I click on warehouses, I connect. Over here, I'm choosing the warehouse that I have my tables upon. Here I'm going to choose connect to SQL endpoint. Let's wait a moment while it gets loaded. So there we have our tables here as well. Let me just refresh and see if the table I want is present, which I don't think is present at the moment. Okay, that's fine too. I just want to show you the difference here. Here you get an option for direct query and import. Usually for the Power BI, it's for a direct query. For the import mode, you come to Power BI desktop. While for direct mode, direct lake mode, you create it at the service level itself. So once you say open this file in an import mode, this is just like any of your regular Power BI reports that you usually work upon, right? So you have your Power Query editor that's available where you can do all your transformations. But when it comes to the power semantic model that's lying on the direct lake mode, there are a lot of restrictions. So the transformations that are usually expected have to be resolved at the warehouse or lakehouse level itself. So there you go. This is the semantic model that's created on the desktop level. So while we move on to the next slide, before that, let's take a short understanding on the meaning of, say, the calculation function and the meaning of filter context here, which is again the most frequently asked questions in terms of DP600, that is your DAX measures. So for any of the, so how do you create your first DAX measure is basically by selecting your new measure here. And say, for example, you want to calculate the sum of total sales. That would be that you can do simply by selecting the sales amount, the amount that is present here. So this will give you, this is a simple straightforward DAX that we can create. And if we want to say create, instead of having say DAX measure, and you want to create, say, a calculated column, that is also available here. You can explore the features of Power Query Editor, go to that particular table and click on add column, and you can very well add your logic over here. So all your Power Query related transformations are intact in this import mode. So let's try to also understand what in terms of filtering, the filter context, let's understand what it does. So basically, if you want to look at the sales amount, say the sales amount by the TIM product, say brand. So let's understand what happens here. So basically here, the brand is getting split by the sales amount is getting split by the brands that are available here. So every measure in Power BI is usually is evaluated differently based on the filters applied from the visuals, slices, or relationship. That's why you might see different results for the same measure across visuals. So it's not wrong, but it's actually context awareness. So when it comes to your troubleshooting of so suppose you are working in a practical environment and your DAX measure is wrong. The measure is wrong. So the most 80% of the cases is us misinterpreting the context of the measure over there. So that is where you for the DP600 exam, you need to focus more on getting an understanding of how the DAX measure works in general. So going back to this slide, we also we have just gone through what a we can try and test what a calculate measure means, DAX means. So for that, we go to new measure. Here you calculate the sales amount. So in the calculate context, you can also use, for example, have filters applied here. So for example, I want to see sales by brand. Sales by LG, for example. So I'll use the same function here. I'll use calculate sum of my amount, which is my sales amount. And here I will be using the filter that's present here. That is my dim product. But before that, I just have a question. Let's just go back to see if the relationships are already built here. Yeah. So we do have the relationship between the tables that are present. Yes. So going back to the measure. So we have sales by LG. We use calculate function over here. In the dim product, we use the the brand name. So as you can see here, I'm just expanding this for a better view. So the same sales amount, just because of the filter, is acting in two different ways. So the sales one is basically typically your sales across all the brands, while the sales by LG is only showing you the sale of the LG, that is 750, and it is constant against all the other brands. So basically, for any requirement in terms of comparison between how the LG is performing with respect to the different brands that are available, this filter context makes it very crucial very crucial here. So going back to the slide, in the topics as we explored the DP600 content, we have something called semi-additive measures. So not all matrices can be simply summed up, and that's where semi-additive measures come in. So these are calculations whose results vary depending on the dimension. For example, if you're looking at, say, inventory or balances or closing prices or average head count. So if you aggregate daily say for example, if you aggregate your daily inventory numbers by month using sum, you may get incorrect values. So you need to have something called, say, last available value instead. So this is where the Power BI tells you the context, where you may not want the complete data, but you want to have, say, the last date of that sales. Say the last date of the last month of the quantity that the sales quantity. So this semi-additive measures with respect to time intelligence functions, that is MTD, YTD, these are all play a major role here. The most commonly asked question with respect to DP600 is also on how you create a common data table. Well, you have an option in the Power BI where you can where in the modeling you get an option to choose a column that you want as a date column. But in order to get that, your date, remember, this is very important, that your date should be in the form of date. The data type should be a date. But here you can see that my date, that is dim date, in this report is not marked as, I'm not getting the chance to have this highlighted, because the data type that's present is actually an I think a text form. So first we will have to convert this date into a data type, and then you can have the option enable. So for that, I can the one of the option that we can go is to go to transform data and then change the data type here. So how do I do that? I go for dim date, and there's an option here in the Power Query editor called change type. Here I'll be selecting date. So once I select date, we will click close and apply. So once let's see if now we get the option for highlighting. Yes, now now we can select the date parameter and then mark this as a date table. We'll have to select the column that we require, and there you go, save. We now have something like the date being implied that this is a date table. The symbol also is appearing here now, as you can see. So moving on to the next slide is where your time intelligent functions come. That is your MTDs, your MTD, YTD, your parallel period. So how do you want to see your data with respect to, say, last year performance? For example, in the screenshot that is available here, you might want to understand that while the total sales is across the years, we have a new column called total sales previous month, which is using the DAX function called previous month. So by doing that, it's actually for every month that's happening. So for example, say we are in the month of July, that is your $55,000 approximately. The previous month is actually showing the data of June. That is your $39,888. So you can, there are multiple DAX formulas that are available that you might want to explore for this exam. Now, DP600 also talks about your understanding in terms of calculated columns. So while let's figure out, like, a simple statement of what calculated measure really means is that for a column which is calculated in the Power Query editor, the results are actually stored in your data model. So the value is stored in each row and recalculated during data refresh. So calculated columns are great for helper fields, like, categorizing regions, flagging status, or creating join keys, but they come at a cost. That is, they increase model size and the refresh time since their results are persisted. So you need to use them strategically. That is only when you truly need a row level value. Otherwise, you have to go for a measure. Now, there's one thing that is a clear difference that you can see. While this semantic model is is in import mode, I do have an option called to create the new column here. But if you look at my semantic model here, the one that's working on direct lake mode, I do not get an option for the calculated column, because we have very limited we have very limited transformation features available with direct lake mode. So this new column is actually not generally available, although may be available when you're actually creating the table within the environment itself. So that leads us to one of the most important topic, that is, what is the difference between your calculated columns versus what are your measures? So let's make it very clear again. Your calculated columns are operated row by row and their results are stored, while measures are computed on demand based on the current filter context. So if you are creating a column, say profit is equal to sales minus cost, that value exists for every row in the dataset. But if you are creating measure for profit, it's evaluated only when the report is queried. So here's a thumb rule. How do you know when you have to create a measure and when you have to create a calculated column? Well, you have to create a measure for anything that needs to be dynamic and lightweight. And you go for calculated columns only when you need that value per row. For example, as a slicer or a filter or even a relationship key. Too many calculated columns can blot your model. Slow refreshes, it also slows down the refreshes and eats up a lot of memory. So Microsoft emphasizes using measures over calculated columns for performance and scalability, which is a core design principle. Let's move on to understanding the design. How do we design scalable semantic models? Before that, let me give you a more overview on what all features are available in the Power BI service for the semantic model. That is, the first thing that you observe is that we have two options here. That is your viewing and editing. So when you view, you cannot create any measures. But you will have to need editing rights, post which you will be able to edit this semantic model. So the minimum license that you require is a contributor license to actually edit out the edit your semantic model for adding your tables. The best option, the other feature that Microsoft is providing in terms of having a backup of the latest, of the previous changes that you have made, is something called version history. So you can have you can save up to 5 versions of a semantic model. So this is very important when you're trying to when you're trying to make changes in a production semantic model with having production Power BI reports, because mind you, there is no save option, or there's nothing like save option only then your changes will be implemented. No, the semantic model doesn't work like that. That is, which means that every minor change that you make in this semantic model of the direct link will be immediately reflected in your reports as well. So this gives us a sign to actually be very careful. You need to follow the UAT versus production principles, and your deployment should be very smooth, because somewhere at some place a user is looking at a Power BI report and checking his numbers, and we have say missed a comma or something in our DAX measure, then it immediately gets easily reflected in the report. So you just be very careful when you're making the changes here. And also it's also very advisable in terms of security features that you restrict the amount of users who are working against one semantic model, because at this point it doesn't give you a lot of flexibility in taking copies, or maintaining 2-3 different copies of the same semantic model, and people working simultaneously together. We have a bit of say limitations here at this point, so we might want to be extra careful. Now let's move on to how do we design a scalable solution basically. So before we move on to the scalable solution, I'm just showing you how a regular fabric Medallion architecture looks like. Basically, your source, the Medallion architecture talks about your bronze, silver, and gold layer. So the first 2 sessions talked about what fabric is in general and what are the pipelines, and also we spoke about, Amit spoke about what pipelines, data flow, gen2 net and notebooks look like. The semantic model is the layer that comes in between of a Power BI reports and the gold layer. So that means we are working on the final report ready tables. So I just wanted to show that here. And then let's move on to the scalability. So what exactly does scalability really mean? Well, it's the ability of your semantic model to handle growth, change, and complexity without breaking or slowing down. Now, there are 3 key aspects, that is your flexibility, data growth, and your reduced complexity. So for the flexibility, your models must be adaptive to business changes without major redesigns. So it's not like, say, for example, you have 10 tables now built on, say, 20 relationships, and then you get a new requirement. You should not be in a position where you will have to completely revamp the semantic model. No, your base tables should still exist, and your new requirements should be an add-on to the existing requirement. Now, the second part is the most important, which is the data growth. Because as long as the data is growing, your model should be able to handle it, because otherwise it's going to minimize your performance. And the third is reduced complexity. So reduced complexity, although it may seem, although it looks like it's for the for the semantic model, but it's for our developers as well. Because see, um, you having a complex modeling versus us having reduced complexity will give us an easier approach for debugging and also governance and optimizing. So we will be able to easily understand the data modeling that is present in our semantic model. So when you hear about scalable, think about the design foresight. Like, what are you anticipating tomorrow? And what are your what are your users anticipating out of the semantic model? And what data are you anticipating from, say, the next 3 to 4 years? The next is how do we design that scalability? Like, how can we achieve the first 3 key concepts that we have just discussed? Well, so start by applying the data modeling best practices. That is, you bring only what's necessary, that is the columns, rows, and tables. Bring only what you want into the semantic model. And the second is with respect to, say, others. So you having a preference between view versus raw tables, that is, of course, which I have just discussed. You need to have your final destination tables. that are already cleaned, that are already transformed into the final bucketing layer. The third would be, how do you push the transformations? So basically, the transformations should be upstream as much as possible. That is, you have to minimize the Power Query overhead in terms of, say, import mode. And the fourth is also with respect to, say, import mode, you always ensure that you have the query folding in place. So you do not want you do not want to have the Power BI do the heavy lifting. You want the source to do the heavy lifting. So the principle is, you do as little as possible in Power BI and the semantic model, and as much as possible to actually where the data lives. Let's move on to the most important aspect of the this session, that is, how do we understand the storage modes? So for people who are familiar with, say, the Power BI in general, they will be familiar with what is an import mode and what is a direct mode. But there is a third very important crucial feature, I mean the best feature that Fabric has launched, which is your direct lake mode. So in import mode, what happens? The data is stored inside the Power BI. It's fast for your query performance because everything is in memory. It's compressed by the Vertipack engines. But of course, it requires scheduled refreshes. So the data is not real time. Now we have something called direct query mode. So Power BI, where the Power BI doesn't store the data, it queries the source each time. It's great for real time access, but slower since each visual triggers a query. And it also supports a fewer DAX functions, and it has some limited transformations. Now comes to the direct lake mode, the newest and the most exciting mode in Fabric. So what happens here, as we have just shown in the demo, it directly connects to the Fabric lakehouse or warehouse, and it reads the Parquet files without needing to import or query them. So you get a near real-time performance within memory speed. Now let's go and understand the structure of how the direct lake mode works. So basically, this is where the Vertipack still plays a crucial role, but in a very different way when you compare to import mode. In import mode, what used to happen is the Vertipack pre-processes and stores the data in memory during the refresh. But in the direct lake mode, whose architecture I'm just presenting, the data is stored in the Delta Lake format, that is your Parquet files on one lake. So when a user runs a report, Power BI dynamically transcodes the required columns into Vertipack structures on demand, and it also writes a query every time. So it's basically like you're on the fly transcoding, meaning the engine converts the Parquet columns into the internal Vertipack format temporarily in memory just for the duration of the query. So that means there is no persistent in the memory copy like in import mode. So this design actually brings the best of both worlds, that is performance which is very closer to import mode, because Vertipack still does the columnar compressions, encoding and fast aggregations, while it also has real-time freshness because you are reading from the live delta tables without having a refresh cycle, right? So how are you enabling this? So there are there are few critical enablers. That is, how is the Fabric able to achieve the direct lake format? That's basically for three features that they have made them available. That is your Delta format, your one lake as the unified storage layer, and the new direct lake engine, which is sometimes referred to as the lakehouse engine, which handles the intelligent transcoding, caching, and data pruning. So let's move on to understanding. Now that we have understood what the import and the direct lake and the direct code really does, let's understand the scenario based functionalities of when to choose what. So for example, when you have a dimension which needs frequent ad hoc columns and needs a lot of power query shaping, you go to import mode. While say for example your data is really large, greater than say 50 million rows, then you go for a direct lake mode because you want to avoid those massive re-imports. You do not want to import that much amount of data each and every time. We also have something called large fact tables. Like if your environment say is mixed, that is you have large fact tables, but you also have dimensions which keep on frequently changing, then the best model that is suggested is direct lake plus import mode. So where you have direct lake pointed to your large fact tables and import mode is used for your dimensions. So this is basically a composite mode. composite model, yeah. And then we have then we have something called now this is very interesting actually. Say this also depends on what the team's knowledge is upon. So if the BI lacks tabular editing skills and can tolerate only slower the BI team, they go for an import mode, because it's quite easy to understand. But then of course, if you have a very strict SQL level security and the fallback is required, then you use direct lake via the SQL endpoint. So this has extra it will accept the extra complexity, because security is more important here. Moving on to the next slide, we also need to understand the how do we implement the data modeling with best practices, which is like where most of the questions are asked in terms of DP600. So let's reinforce something crucial. Performance starts long before you actually open the Power BI desktop or the Power BI service, because it's the good modeling is all about preparation and discipline. So you always prepare the data stream. Don't rely on the Power BI to clean or reshape your large tables. You use database views instead of raw tables, because that's where you can actually filter and aggregate efficiently. Third, you only use the columns and the rows that you truly need. Fourth could be your increment refresh and the partnering for your large data set. So don't reload out whatever has changed. And the fifth could be your query folding, which is that's where the Power BI pushes the transformations back to the source instead of processing them locally. So if you ignore these points, your model will be very fragile and slow. So no matter how strong your hardware is, your model is going to be very slow. So how do you make the semantic model more faster? With a good, how do you make it work more efficiently? So Fabric gives us an option for enabling the large semantic model storage format. So when you have a large semantic storage models, this is usually for your enterprise development. So by default, your Power BI models are limited to 10 GB, right? But enabling the large semantic model format removes the ceiling. So it lets you grow based on your Fabric or your premium capacity. So this allows for massive data sets, like often hundreds of gigabytes in size, stored and processed efficiently with Vertipack compression. But with great power, when they say that with great power comes great responsibilities. So what happens is, when you enable the large models, you need to carefully manage the partitions, the refresh policies, and the memory usage. Fabric gives you the flexibility, but you must balance the scale with the governance. So this particular setting, that is your large semantic model storage format, is usually controlled by the admin. So make sure it's turned on in your capacity. Now, the fourth point where the semantic model can perform better is usually the incremental refresh and partitioning. So what happens in your incremental refresh is basically you take only the new or changed data into you refresh only the data that is going to change. For example, say you have 10 years of data in the organization, but the last 9 years do not change, but you also require in your Power BI report. So you do two things here. So the data of the last 9 years, you would not refresh it every day. So you will instead schedule a incremental refresh on the current year's data. So basically this year's of data, you will run it on an incremental refresh where you clearly mention the dates. Now there is another option. Adding to the Fabric's new feature, that is your direct query, you can actually have this hybrid table kind of a format where you have three different types of data. So as shown in this in this picture here on my screen, you can see that the one in the green is archived and is in import format, because you do not have to refresh it regularly. These are constant. Now we have something called the incremental refresh. Probably these are something that do get changed, but not so frequently. Say on D-1, for example. The last part of this is your direct query mode, which is real time. So more like your transactional data where the updates are frequently happening every day. Probably so for this day, current day, you might want to have direct query. The last couple of months, you might want to have an incremental refresh on the import, and the last previous year's data, you might want to have an import mode. And the second option that through which you can actually improve your semantic model is through partitioning. Basically dividing your tables into smaller segments. So for example, you can partition data through year. So say you if your say data has say 10 years of information, you might want to partition into smaller segments like say 3 years of each, and then effectively handle in the semantic model. Now there is also we have in terms of storage mode configurations that I have just mentioned, that is um, the import versus direct query versus the direct lake mode. We do have two important features that are available in the Microsoft environment, that is your manage aggregations and your dual storage mode. So dual storage mode is where uh, have the option where your model can work. Some of the tables in your model will work in a direct query mode, and some of them can work in an import mode, where there's also another option called dual mode, which runs in both. So it's basically like your let's say a table acts as both your import and direct query. So it's like commonly the examples could be your common dimensions like say date or geography, that can serve both real time and also cached queries without duplication. Now the aggregations are also very important here, which is your so what aggregations really mean is that these are your pre-compute summaries at higher granularity, like sales by month. For example, you have your sales data as shown in the figure. It is like for every sales that the company has done, you have each record. So you have, if you say you have 10,000 records, 10,000 sales that have happened, you will be having 10,000 records in the table. So it might, this is huge data, right? So you might want to perform your aggregations before you load the data into semantic model. That is, for example, you try to take the summary of the data, you create the MTDs, um, you create the same month on month aggregation before you actually load into the semantic model. So by using aggregations, your model will be very faster, because it does not have to go through the entire transactional data, and it takes the advantage of lesser data that has been already aggregated, right? Moving on to the next topic, which again is like familiar versus not familiar of the Power BI in general, guys. So so there are two schemas that are usually present in, that are generally present in the Power BI. That is your star schema. So star schema is what is most preferable in Power BI, where your fact table will be the center of attraction, followed by your dimension tables that surround it. Each of these are related to the fact table by some kind of relationship. So why does this matter? Because why does this star schema matter? Because the Power BI Vertipack engine is optimized for this structure. So it compresses better, it the queries are faster, and it also avoids circular dependencies. So star schema also makes your data easier to understand. So say for example, your sales by employee, sales by reseller, sales by date. These are all natural and very efficient. So what is a snowflakes? That comes to the other, the other type of schema that's also available, which is your snowflake schema. So probably snowflake schema, a simple understanding over here is that if you have dim date, and if there is another dimension connected to this dim date, and say for your dim product has one more dimension key which is not directly related to the fact reseller but to some other table, and interdependencies between some other dimension tables, that kind of becomes your snowflake schema, which is usually avoided unless absolutely required, because they complicate relationships and they slow down performance. So when you think about star schema, when you think about the schema structure or data modeling in general, you always think as one fact table versus several clean dimensions. Now this can be easily understood in the in the tables, in the relationships that we have built in our demo file. So if you go to the data modeling, you can see that this is in kind of a star schema format, where we have fact sales in the middle, followed by the dimension tables surrounding the fact tables, ideally making it a star schema. So there you go. And moving on to the next topic here, that is your modeling relationships. So DP600 also focuses on your knowledge on the relationships and the cardinalities that are present in the Power BI. So these are the backbone of the semantic model, and they also define how tables interact and filter one another. So ideally, we have three different types of relationships that are possible. That is one to one is to many, and many is to many. So here in the demo file that I have just shown, what the simple understanding of one is to one versus one is to many is that when you click on the relationship, you have an option here where you have the cardinality that is visible. So we have four in general. For example, here we have dim regions and we have fact sales. So the dimension region, the dim regions have region IDs as unique. So there will always be one ID for for one region. While in the fact sales, obvious to the fact that sales will be done I mean, the sales will be multiple across one region. The same RO01 will be repeated several times in this column. That is why we have a many is to one relationship here. So many as in to say the region ID being many, and one as in the column is unique in this particular region, I mean regions table. So we also have other options where we can put one is to one, while this it will not allow us to save because the Power BI knows that this cannot form a one is to one relationship. So it's not enabling me to save this relationship. And we also have one to many, which is again similar to your many to many, just that the tables have to be, switched. And then we have many to many relationship, which is like usually very much avoided because this would create a lot of confusion also when in terms of creating your DAX measures. So always be careful on that. And the easiest possible way to avoid a many to many relationship is you having a bridge table in between. So get the unique items out of both tables and put it in a, say, create a dimension in between these two tables, and then mark the relation and then make relationships among each of the two tables. So that will be one is to many and one is to many. So that's how you can overcome the many is to many relationship. Going back to the slide, we are almost coming to the end of the session where we have just discussed about the relationships. I mean, how you can set the relationships in the semantic model. And there are a few DAX relationship functions that the DP600 focuses about, which is your related table. Related and related table are similar to your VLOOKUP functions, basically, where you're trying to get, where you have two tables and you're trying to fetch the column of one table to another table. You also have something called reuse relationship, where, for example, which I can show in the demo, that in the use relationships, say suppose you have over here, okay, I do not have, okay, let me go to the semantic model here and check if my table has two IDs, two date IDs, because that would be the good way to show. Yeah. So say for example, we have fact sales, which has order date. We also have the same table having something called ship date. And you want the date dimension to have relationship with both of these columns. So ideally, let's see what happens here. So I click on the three dots here, click on manage relationships, and try to create a normal relationship between these, and select the table that column that I want. Here I'll select the ship date, and I will be selecting this as a one is to many hierarchy. And one of the most important as crucial item that you should know for the existing Power BI users is that this is something even I have faced is when you try to create a relationship in the Power BI desktop level, say in an import mode, this relationship when you try to create, this is automatically generated by the Power BI and it is usually correct. But when it comes to direct lake mode, always take one more minute, I mean 1 more second to figure out if this is creating the right relationship, because at some cases which I have observed practically, there are cases when this this cardinality is not correctly pointed out in the direct click mode. So just do a double check before you click on apply. So among the same tables, say suppose I want to create one more relationship between the other date column that is available here, that is my order date. You can by default see that while it was showing active when I was creating this, but this is the status is inactive. So when you try to, so how do you make this inactive relation, how do you make use of this inactive relationship in a measure is by using the functionality, I mean the DAX measure called use relationship. So when you use this use relationship DAX measure in that particular DAX formula, you will be able to leverage the ship date, I mean the context with respect to ship date. Typically in this, we also have, with respect to model relationships, we also have several functionalities like say cross filter, combine values, treat as parent and child functions. So these, I would suggest that you guys go through these functionalities in general to get an idea, because these functions are one among the most frequently asked DAX queries in the DP600 exam. Moving on to the next slide. Okay, this slide is actually showing you what an inactive and an active relationship is looking like, and how you can use the use relationship here. And no, we cannot have the use relationship, I mean, we cannot have two relationships active at one time. Two tables can only have one active relationship amongst each other. And when we come on to the last segment of the this session, it's very crucial to understand what kind of, well, like how do you evaluate the relationships. So there are typically this can be understood in say 4 different ways. One is your regular relationship. So these are the active ones that define normal filter flow, like one is to many, many is to one. Now there's something called limited relationships. So this is used when Power BI cannot establish a direct filter path. So something like, sometimes only partial filtering can happen. Now the third is like the precedence rule. So if multiple paths exist between tables and relationships, Power BI follows the shortest or the most direct one. So there is a priority in which how your Power BI is understanding the relationships and what relationship is it taking as a priority for the current visual that you are using. Now the fourth is also with respect to performance performance preference, that is your relationships that allow query folding or direct filtering are prioritized. So if you say example you have multiple tables connected across multiple relationships, the relationships that have query folding or say direct filtering, which is easier, is most preferred by the Power BI. So when your model produces unexpected results, it's usually due to how relationships are being evaluated under these rules. So for example, an ambiguous filter paths can actually cause double counting or say missing values. So it's always the data modeling is the most crucial part of the entire semantic model, because it's always important to trace, which relationships are active and how the filters are propagating. So when you understand the data modeling in general, it's what is usually, I mean, that is what separates you out of the regular I mean, that's what makes you more special and more knowledgeable in terms of the entire semantic model ecosystem. So if you master this evaluation logic, you can actually debug even the most trickiest DAX results and DAX issues confidently. So that brings us to the uh, that brings us to the final slide, basically the end of this session, where I hope that you guys have learned something out of this session, and I hope that this was informative to you. So thank you guys. Thanks Rajendra for this opportunity. Over to you. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Anusha. Thank you so much. So, guys, I have just posted Anusha's LinkedIn handle in the chat. So please get in touch with her if you have any queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Anusha ma'am. Let's welcome Rajendra sir for his last session, which is on real-time intelligence, security, and fabric administration.
Fine.
Sir,
Thank
the
you.
stage is yours.
Sure. Let me know once it is visible to you. Kaudinya, is that visible? My screen?
Yes, you can
Okay.
continue.
Fine. First of all, I would like to thank Data Analytic Group team. So from our end, Kaudina is there. Shashi is from backend who is supporting continuously, and Navya for doing the backend support as well. So as a part of Fabric Data Days, we are conducting this DP600. We have taken this module to give the end-to-end activities, what are there and what we need to understand, and DP600 part. So from the morning onwards, we are discussing about DP600 part. So SUPARNA BABU introduced about fabric related content, and Amit Chandak, who is another MVP, he has discussed about data warehouse modeling and how we are trying to pull the semantic model to the Power BI. And the previous session, just we got many explorations on the semantic model part. Thanks to Anisha for sharing her analysis on DP600 platform to get it. I mean, she given some inputs as well related to the certification content part. And coming to the last session, as a part of data analytic group, real-time intelligence on DP600. So not only us conducting this event, so maybe if you are free, you have fully access to get connect to the other community events as well. So Claudine, I can please, whoever joining, right, please try to allow them. Okay, at the backend part, I'm getting a lot of requests. So if you're observing here, we are providing a forms request to you. So this is the one we have just shared it in the chat box as well. So Shashi, can please provide this link in the chat box one more time? Once you're done, please let me know. Please try to
Yes,
share this
done.
valuable feedback. And here, if you can go little down, we are trying to collect the feedback where we are going to share it with the community team. So Microsoft Fabric community team and the community leads. So these are the 4 sessions which we conducted as a part of DP600. If you can go little down, we are providing a scanner related to the Microsoft Fabric community. So how we are going to get it enroll for the certification. Maybe if you're planning for the DP600 or if you're planning for the DP700 or PL300 is not 100% voucher they're going to provide. They provide around 50% discount voucher for PL300 who are planning to take the certification program. So once you scan this one, it will be navigate to the another page. This is the one. Hope I just to share the change the screen. It is changing, right? Can you please confirm? I'm
Yes,
at the
sir. Changing.
community.fabric.com. So here, so initially we'll not able to see this one. Maybe you have to get it sign up with your personal mail IDs. So please try to sign up with your personal, like a Gmail, Yahoo, Outlook, and so on. Maybe if you're using Outlook too. Sign up with your personal mail IDs. And you can see the supercharge your career at 50 days as a data and AI. So register for live sessions in English. So other than us, data analytic group, other community members, MVPs, super users, MCT members are also conducting, educating this on this DP600 platform as well as DP700 and Power BI. Just try to select it here. I mean, if you want to look over other sessions, as a part of our session, just try to enroll here, like location, try to provide the details as well and submit it. So after that, one more link I'm going to provide in the chat box. Please, direct link it is. Just give me a minute. Yeah. As I said, right, not only us, I mean, working on this fabric data platforms. So other community teams as well. So if you are interested, other community platforms, please try to select, I mean, like register on yourself and try to upskill yourself on this Microsoft Fabric, which is a DP600 platform or 700 or PL300. So you have to finish all the sessions. And as assume that you people are attempted data platform, I mean, data analytic group community. So this is the one. So you can see the Fabric series Fabric Analytics Day, DP600. These are the sessions we just almost completed. This is the last session related to real-time intelligence. So where we need to enter these details, let me help you that part also. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, little up. Here. You can see the full schedule as well. Let me showcase to you. Let me provide this full link also to you. Maybe after the sessions, right? Not only completing, it's going on next week also. It's a complete full day. Yes, already Sashi is providing some details as well. Yeah. Fine. And there is a study group as well. So as I said, next gen evening, I'm going to speak at next gen aspirant community platform on inject and transform data. Please try to register here how this injection is going to happen on the Microsoft Fabric and other groups as well. So you can see the data analytic group from our end. So please plan it yourself and try to join, get knowledge on this. Whoever planning to get it certified on DP 600 or 700, whatever you feel comfortable. Even PL 300 is they're provided as a 50% voucher discount, not 100% claim information. And here, 1 minute, let me stop my screen sharing and give you one more link to you. Yes. Let me know once you're able to see my screen.
We are able to see.
You're able to
Yes.
see, good. So here you can see the get certified at a discount or request 100% discount. So currently we are conducting DP 600. So click on this, select it. If you can go little down here. So Fabric community user, once you created an account, right, it will be automatically comes up your account, your username. Try to choose your location and which exam you're planning to take. Try to choose DP 600 if you're planning to take the DP 600 exam. So some question is, are there, why do you want to take the certification program and so on? Please try to, upskilling part, or maybe if you are already using in your project part, try to add your details here. Don't miss it. It's mandatory. So they will try to validate in the backend team. What challenge did you complete and which session you completed? So if you can click on the sessions, whatever I have showcased to you, all the events, all the user group events will be showcased to you. Just try to add, maybe if you are attending our session, data analytic group, Fabric data series, and try to provide this link also fine, like a event.steams, this link is also fine, so that you already completed all the sessions, all 4 sessions. So it will be get added to you. And a few more things. Let me showcase that part. Yeah. Yes. And few more details we need to add it when you are planning to take the exam. So if you're observing the period, examination period going to end at December 5. So you have to climb the voucher and try to attempt for the main exam. It's not, try to climb it as soon as possible. Examination, you can take it after December 31st also, because events are going to conduct up to December 5th up to December 5th. We can see the lot of events on the community platform. But examination, you have to get it complete on December 31st and 2025. Try to enable all the features, all the content here, try to add it. Everything is important. Just try to submit on your own. Okay, you are trying to commit for the examination and get it certified on December 31st. So I'm getting many questions related to how complexity is this exam. It's a complex only because it's not a single topic, or maybe it is not a fundamental knowledge sharing to get it complete. So you have to get some hands-on experience. So hands-on experience is mandatory. Maybe if you are not working on this Fabric topic, just you can explore on this Microsoft Fabric community platform and try to join as many as sessions and try to explore with some sample data and try to get first an active account, okay, to get work on this Microsoft Fabric. Without active account, you cannot work on this Fabric account and try to create some lake houses, whatever we discussed in the morning part. So try to work on it and just try to attempt the examination before 31st December. Okay, so I'm just trying to jump onto our topic and let me know. I just changed my screen to the Fabric, my presentation part. Hope you're able to see it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Fine. So here we are covering three important topics: real-time intelligence, security, fabric administration. The name itself is indicated real-time intelligence. That is nothing but you are going to play with some streaming data. So we are aware of the batch data source systems like on premises. Maybe I can schedule my own at my available time as per the data available time. In such kind of a scenario, you can go with on-premises source systems like SQL, Oracle, or maybe Postgres databases and so on. You can schedule it and you can get the data into your, whether you are using the reports or maybe if you are using in the data platforms. But here, you are going to work on the real-time intelligence because it's a streaming source system we are going to play around. And how we are going to get started as part, I'm going to explain it to you. So here, as from morning onwards, we are seeing the fabric architectures. Many of the people are showcasing what are the elements, what are the items that are available in Microsoft Fabric and so on. Exclusively for real-time intelligence, this is the layer which you are observing. So you can get connect to the real-time source systems like Azure IoT source systems, example source systems, or maybe my source system is on like if it is working on the sensor related data. Currently my organization is working on sensor related Confluence source system as well. Or maybe if I'm trying to working on some Postman real-time source systems, I can try to get connect to the source systems like real-time Postman source systems as well. So many of the sources it will try to inject. So if you're observing this, main icons, please try to remember the icons. What is this icons? Event stream is for the data ingestion part. So to get connect to the backend source system, and we have to get it processed inside of it by applying maybe many columns are there. I want to tune with some number of columns. I want to reduce it. In such kind of a scenario, it's not a loading engine, event stream. It is just an injecting source system. It's trying to pull that information. That's it. But where this data will be get stored, that real-time data will be get stored. If you're observing another icon like event house, even the simple way to understand is, I will follow these icon standards like house. But don't think like even in the event house also data will be get stored. In the event house, it's going to act like a cluster. Inside the event house, we can create multiple KQL databases. So it supports real-time intelligence supports KQL database, Kusto query language. So inside, by storing these information in the KQL, you can also write a query set, KQL query set. Maybe I want to reduce with the number of columns with less, or else maybe I want to test it with the number of columns, or maybe last 30 minutes, how much data has been loaded. This kind of an operations we can, once the event house created and the database has been enabled via KQL query test, we can test it. Like these are the queries, we can pass it. Fine. Do you want to play with directly the real-time dashboard, or maybe we can also we can play with the Power BI report also. Real-time dashboards is an on the top of this real-time intelligence, we can see the real numbers, whatever the numbers has been get changed. Or a traditional approach, whoever familiar with Power BI, we can also navigate and try to create report via Power BI also. So where this data will be get stored. So if you're observing, all the data will be get stored in one lake. One lake is a where we are going to, it acts like a hub. On the top of it, ADLS, and it will be get trigger, and the activities will be play from one end to the another layer. So coming to the last part, what is this act or some kind of a trigger mechanism? The icon itself is indicated. Maybe if there is any fluctuations on the extracted data, in such kind of a scenario, I want to get some notification alerts to my end user, or maybe I want to trigger those alerts to my developer. Such kind of a scenario, we can configure data activators too. We will call it, previously we are calling it as a reflexes. The name has been changed to the data activator now. So we can configure it. We can get the notification alert. Maybe assume that you are working on a sales related product, live data. Maybe that's a particular sales. I just put it as a threshold with some number. If it is exceed that number, we can trigger that notification via emails, and even we can try to configure via MS Teams also. Or maybe if the value is low, lower what we are expecting in such kind of a scenario, we can put it as a condition in the triggered part, that is data activator. I can showcase to you that practically how it is and where it is we are going to navigate and where we are going to configure, so that you'll get more idea about it. This is how the architecture of this real-time intelligence. So injecting the data, event stream, we are going to use it, and event house is some place where we will try to store multiple databases. So assume that event house is a cluster. Inside you can try to play with multiple databases. So inside you can create many number of databases, KQL databases inside the event house too. So how we are going to import the data practically, I will showcase to you. Maybe I will take a little bit additional time compared to this so that I will cover most of the vast concepts here. It's not going to complete within an hour. So even not my topic, other topics too. So what is this Kusto query language? Understanding part, it is as simple as easy, but you are not going to write something like a select star from something. So you can just try to write some commands and we can try to execute this Kusto query language also. So how simple it is and so on, I will discuss. And Kusto query language is a case sensitive for each and every table information, whether you are trying to work with the operator, we have to be very cautious while defining these parameters inside of the KQL query set. And it is widespread across Azure monitoring part. We can also use it, Azure data exploration part. And most of the time, this Kusto query language, we are going to work it on real-time intelligence. And I will get to some queries like, can I use transactional SQL database? Yes, you can use it, but as per the performance also, we have to consider, as if you are coming to the performance prospect, try to make use of Kusto query language. But even the TSQL transaction SQL statements also, we can execute it when we can see the result as per the connected tables or connected fields which you are trying to pull over. As I said, KQL over T advantages. So it's as simple as this. Most of the comments or the commands are similar, but a little bit of differentiation will be there between KQL. As I said, even TSQL also we can make use of in our KQL query set mechanism. It's a simple, most of the time you can see the similar result. But what I felt in the sense, as per my current execution of the project, KQL, if I'm trying to run those queries, it's a little bit faster, milliseconds faster compared to the TSQL statements too. It looks in this way. So how we are going to write the KQL statements? It is not like a select star or else a delete star from something like that. So Strom event is the name of the table. I want to count the number of records in the Strom event. So if you want to count the number of records in that, you can use the pipeline is an operator, logical operator it is. So without pipeline operator, you cannot count anything. Pipeline must be there. After that, you can simply write a count. You don't need to write anything like count of star, something like that. And if you want to limit with number of records, there is another command name called take command. So maybe if time permits, I will share you the KQL guide set as well, which is very important for you. So take is a command to limit the number of records on your Strom event table. Like that, if you want to call with some specific number of fields or columns, you can try to call with, and again, one more next line with the pipeline operator, product street, project street, event type, and another field like a properties and so on. You can pull over the required number of columns as well. Few more columns, like maybe if you want to get it filter, anyway, where condition we are going to use, and we are familiar with even TSQL and TSQL part, you can write the where, but pipeline is mandatory, and state and equal to Texas. So conditions part. So see here, how we are going to manage the query set tables. As I said, on each and every event house, you can create multiple databases. It is not only one particular databases. You can try to shift between one to another also. So that much of feasibility and consistency, we can try to navigate between databases too. So from KQL to I can navigate to RMK, another database, and even we can try to get it configured or even try to pull directly some of the tables, which is already available on your OneLake Hub as well, which is nothing but we will call it as a data hub events. So we can also automatically pull over OneLake data hub, and we can see that particular database is a separate KQL database on your event house. As I said, it is completely a streaming source system for each and every second wise if you want to get in configure or minute wise. So these are the different frequencies which I'm going to showcase to you. Frequency wise, we can try to see the analysis and stats accordingly on your KQL source system. So simple. So if you're observing that summarize is a specific command where we are trying to summarize and try to pick up based on the pickup bin wise, we are trying to render the data, getting the clustered information at that particular timestamp. But make sure that you have to get it hands-on to get to know how it is going to work and so on, so that you'll get more onto this KQL part. So fun, sometimes we'll get a request like, can we share those queries or can we share those, whatever the written query set, KQL query set? Yes, we can share it. Even we can try to configure and try to reshare with another developer as well. So by using this copy queries option, so even we can try to link up that as a clipboard option as well. On the top of it, sometimes if you want to embed with another code in the sense, maybe I want to embed the particular information with another table or like join kind of a thing, we can try to join by using this query result and as well as the clipboard operations too. So currently I'm working on this link query and result to the clipboard operations for one of the project where I'm trying to join from one source systems to the another source system, KQL to another database source system. Fine. Coming to the data access in Microsoft Fabric, we have to get it configured. We need to get it, first of all, try to understand the Fabric security model. We can try to get it access to these models by using Azure authentication, Azure Active Directory. Previously, we'll call it as an Azure Active Directory. Now we will call it as an Entra IDs too. That is one way. We need to have a proper accounts as well, and as well as managed access permissions part, we need to have specific permissions to get it enabled for this real-time intelligence too. And even if you have a Fabric access to these models or whatever you have designed the databases, KQL databases, we can get it, that security model as well. Even we can try to restrict the permission at the table level and even the column level by using object level securities too. So completely as a granular model. So from one level to the another level, we can try to get it configure the security constraint on, when you are working with the real-time source systems too. I will showcase to you in the next slide here. Data security design. So we can see, we are aware of it, workspace rules like administration rules on the complete Fabric workspace, where we can see the complete permission on the workspace environment on, even if you are familiar on the Power BI part, admin is the top priority, where you can try to delete or add a new workspaces or not try to add new users and so on. And coming to the next level, item level permissions. Suppose items means Fabric is supporting multiple items, data items. Like I can try to work with the data flow gen 2, or maybe I can start working with the data pipelines, or maybe I want to get start with the Power BI models, whether it is a ready model, we can get start with Power BI. Even item level permissions also we can try to restrict in data security concepts too. And individually, like inside the lake house. So I assume that, please keep in mind, this is very, very important. On each and every workspace, if you want to create a lakehouse, automatically is SQL Analytics endpoint will be get created. For each lakehouse, you can, for each of the workspaces, you can create multiple lakehouses, but keep in mind, each and every lakehouse will be get created with one SQL Analytics endpoint. So what is this SQL Analytics endpoint means? It's an, maybe you want to write some queries, customized queries, or maybe if you want to do some tuning of these operations on the extracted tables. You can get connected to the SQL endpoints and we can see the visual level queries and we can perform some operations on the top of the connected tables. So please keep in mind, on each and every workspace, you can create multiple workspaces, but coming to the lakehouse, for each lakehouse, there should be one SQL Analytics point will be get created. So coming to the permissions part, at each and every level of the lakehouse part, either it is a semantic model, if you are working with the data pipelines, or even if you're trying to create the data warehouse concepts, at each and every level, we can set it out the permissions. Like what are the types of permissions that we are going to hold in the sense? Like read permissions are there, read all data permissions, read write permissions are there. If you want to configure exclusively at the granular level of lowest level of data at this particular point. So one lake access control is also there, which is still a preview feature, but still we are currently using this as a part of three different types of rules, like a read, write it, read all the data permissions, read, write permissions as well, and even in the one lake constraint. Sometimes, right, once the data is available on one lake, maybe I want to restrict this complete data information for this particular exclusively one tenant. I don't want to reuse for another activities. In such kind of a scenario, you can try to restrict the complete workspace, that particular workspace creation, and it is not going to visible to any other project or any other whoever working on this Microsoft Fabric controls. So these are the permissions part. Admin is going to have a full control, and member, they can allow some content element. I mean, they can try to edit the contents as well. Contributor is the next level of permissions. They don't have any content editing permissions, but they can try to view the content, what is available on this workspace. And most of the time, we will give the viewer access to the end user, like whoever the customer point of view, but not like a country. Maybe if he is familiar and he just want to view the semantic model or whatever the information that is available on the dedicated workspaces, we can provide it, but excluding edit permissions. So we can try to provide via contributor. Maybe he want to play with this content also, the whatever the information that is, data sets that are available. Such kind of a scenario, member role will be very helpful. So based on this roles defined, we can try to set it and configure the role representations on your real time as well. So, but these are the four different roles that we are going to have on each and every workspace that we're going to create. So see here, workspace part, as I said, each and every workspace, four different rules. For customers, obviously, we will try to provide a viewer role, not like a contributor or member, and sometimes not an administrator too. And coming to the lakehouse, which I said it as a granularity part, you can also set the permissions, manage permissions, like a read and build the permissions, read, write and remove permissions, or read, write, reshare that particular lakehouse to another colleague or another team and so on. This kind of a different level of item level permissions are visible to you once the workspace, once the lakehouses have been get created. So here, if you're observing this is the lakehouse. Once the lakehouse has been get created, automatically, this is an SQL Analytics endpoint. Okay, this icon, please keep in mind, I will keep in mind these icons actually. So SQL Analytics endpoint, for each and every lakehouse, one SQL Analytics endpoint is mandatory. Please keep in mind. And what about this above part? As a kind of a hierarchy, it will be create a semantic model too. So learn lakehouse with the dots are there, right? This is nothing but a semantic model for this connected or else extracted tables on your learn lakehouse. So morning we discussed already about lakehouse creation. And these are the different levels of controls like SQL endpoint, read, write, read all SQL Analytics endpoint. Maybe if you want to read all SQL jobs, if you are trying to build some notebooks, we can also configure that permissions rules. And exclusively for the semantic model, or maybe the report building, we can try to configure the user. So what is this enter the name or user means? So you have to enter those particular specific permissions to a new user and try to send a notification alert so that the another person will get to know, yes, I have these permissions, I can start working on this model, or maybe I can start reading all the SQL, or I will try to understand that visual level analysis optimizations part. We can try to see that functionalities as well. As I said, right, these are the different levels of permissions, like a row level permissions, even the column level, even the data masking. If you're working on a projects like finance related or banking related, sometimes you'll get a chance to work on the data masking also. So like last few numbers should be visible, last 4 digits, and try to mask the remaining information. So these are the different levels in a table we can try to configure. Row level security, which we already familiar, like static, dynamic row level security, which we will try to implement on Power BI part. Column level security is some advanced concept on by using some external tools like tabular model we can try to implement, and data masking as well. I'm not discussing very detailed about that particular concept because it's again, it will take some more time for us. And coming to the one lake, how we are going to get it configured? If you're observing the screen, manage one lake data access is still a preview, but we are working on it. Maybe I want to get it define that particular lake house with the specific permissions like particular department or particular team need to utilize that particular access, we can try to create the roles here, like just simple like a new role, and try to add the users or that particular folder information to get it accessed by the end users. So it's simple like which has been provided. Already some information is there on the lakehouse part. I want to give a permissions to this particular folder. Inside the folder of sales and even the product level folder, we can see the set of tables, or maybe the complete control on the folders means we can try to get it configure the complete control by enabling the table folders too. I mean, providing an access to the one lake, which is still a data preview. Many things are there as per the assigning rules, but you can see that options like read permissions, read write, read all permissions, read all the data permissions on once you are trying to define the roles on each and every specific folders. Coming to this administration part, I'll just try to give a glimpses of what we discussed from morning to two. So Microsoft Fabric is one single unified platform where we can see it's a kind of simple terms like it's a kind of an umbrella where we can start working with an entity like a data warehousing, or maybe I can start working with the data engineering items or data integration smart data science, maybe futuristic or advanced model I want to prepare. I can make use of the data science. Current our topic is the real-time intelligence. Even we can start working with the streaming source systems too. And anyway, business intelligence is also there. Once you get it enable this Microsoft Fabric, you can start building the Power BI report also. We can navigate a shift between one layer to the Fabric to the Power BI to the Fabric environment. But it is also part of Microsoft Fabric architecture. Simple. So see here, these are all the items or personas, different personas that are available, like a data factory. Maybe if my team is very good and familiar with the data factory, I can start working with the data ingestion part from the data factories, or from data engineering team. My team, assume that my team is having a very good coding capabilities like PySpark, or maybe writing the SQL statement. I can start working with the data ingestion by using data engineering. Maybe I want to do some advanced analytics on this extracted or else unstructured information as structure. Such kind of a scenario, semantic models, like systematic way of statistical analysis, we can try to make use of data science as an another persona. So we can try to get it either one workspace or multiple workspaces too. As per the deployment pipeline, we are not discussing about a separate topic it is. So we can get it created in each and every workspace. A lakehouse will be get started, and maybe we can get started with the warehouse, and we can start with working with other personas which are available at the top. This is very, very important. Please keep in mind understanding the fabric concepts too. I'm just giving a quick recap also here. For each and every organization, they will maintain one tenant. Okay, one tenant should be there. And for each tenant, okay, there is a kind of a hierarchy. Okay, please keep in mind. For every organization, they will maintain one single tenant. For each one single tenant, you can maintain multiple capacities too. Like assume that I'm working for one organization. I'm working on this fabric. I'm going to work on this fabric related. So it's going to be one single tenant I'm going to capture. Inside the tenant, I can create different capacities as per my usage. Maybe if my data is, I want to do some development, I want to test it, I can go with a basic capacity, stock key unit. Maybe I want to create and I want to do and share this larger audience, I can go with the premium capacity too. So another capacity I'm going to get it create. Or maybe I want to share it with internally with others. There is one more capacity name called shared capacity as well. So you can create multiple capacities inside one single tenant. Like that, domains. So assume that I'm working for a project for sales or supply chain department. I can create my all supply chain reports or data sets or semantic models or data warehouse. It will be get created in a supply chain domain. Like that also we can get it created inside of your fabric environment. Or maybe I'm working for some another marketing department. I can create marketing is my department. Under the marketing department, these are all item fabric related workflows. I can get it create and work accordingly on these domains too. Like that, we are already familiar with workspaces. Workspace is nothing but a repository. You can get it create inside of each and every layer to store our semantic models, data warehouses, even the data pipelines, data factory related stuff, and even the reports and data science related projects, so like notebooks and so on. We can get it created on this workspace. It's a cloud based environment. Items, we already aware of it. Lot of items are there as per the previous slide. These are all the items which we can get it created on each and every workspaces base. So here, please try to understand the hierarchy. So tenant should be the first. Inside the tenant, you can create multiple capacities. Inside the capacities, based on your project, we can create multiple domains as per your working environment and the project. And each and every domain, we can have to get it created the workspaces as per the defined, like maybe development workspace, production, or a testing workspace. By using deployment pipeline, also we can get it create. And items part, we can make use of different items are there, which are available on your fabric capacity too. Hope everyone following. I'm not uploading on your everything, right? Everyone following, right? Any questions in the chart?
Yes, sir. We have a one question.
Yes,
Can
please.
multiple person having access to one workspace, and we can have lakehouse hidden for few of them in the same workspace?
You can create access to the multiple people. This is all based on the request. Okay, project request. We can add it. Maybe if he is a team member, you can add his onto the workspace part. You can, maybe if you are trying to do the similar activities, you can increase the, change the permissions also, like a member. Instead of directly giving an as an admin control, you can change it access accordingly. And coming to the accessing part, which is just to discuss, at each and every level, like item level, we can configure it. Like all the levels of security, we can enable it, like row level security, column level security, object level security too. We can implement it at each and every personas that which we discussed earlier. Hope it is clear.
Yes, and we have another question. Does Event House supports other databases?
Which databases? Other means which database? As I said, right? Simple understanding. Event house is not a database, it's a cluster. Inside the event, the name inside the cluster, you can create multiple KQL databases. Event house is not a database, okay? And via event stream, we can inject the data like different online data, live data source system, like event IoT, Azure IoT source systems, Azure Kafka's, Kafka related source systems, or even we can try to extract Azure Database live logs, audit logs, and so on. We can try to get it pulled over via event stream, pulling over the data via event stream. Hope you got it. Fine. This is how the look Fabric administration portal. So maybe I don't think you will get an access to this admin portals and so on. These are all activities will be maintained by a separate team. But once this particular users can create Fabric items is enabled, then you can see the features like all the items which we discussed just now as a part of Microsoft Fabric ecosystem, like a data factory. You can see the data engineering, data science, Power BI, and even the other advanced databases and so on. Sometimes we will try to see the capacity usage, and recently also from our organization's part, automatically that capacity has been changed from premium capacity to the trial capacity. These are all the things like a capacity monitoring, workspace utilization on each and every workspace. What is the consumption of the semantic model? Like in that particular workspace, by default, they will allocate with a 10 GB source system, but what is the additional, or else maybe if there is, what is the chances to upskill or else auto scale that particular workspace? These are all the information will be get it monitored by this Fabric administration team. If there is separate admin team, they can try to check the capacities, workspaces, how much it has been utilized, and items part, which item that has been frequently used and how much it has been configured, the source systems part, and how many number of users they're trying to navigate and trying to check that particular works. These are all information we can try to observe via Fabric admin monitor ecosystem part. Fine. I'm just trying to showcase to you. So these are all licensing part anyway. Let me showcase to you in the practical mode. Hope you're able to see my Power BI workspace. You able to see?
Yes.
Just changing my screen from Power BI now. So if you're observing, I'm still using the trial activated for 14 days. Trial is activated for 14 days. And where we are going to get to know which works, which capacity or else which licenses you are using. So currently I'm also using the trial capacity, Fabric trial capacity. So whenever, as I said, right, whoever requesting for these licenses, and it will not work for our personal mail IDs. If you want to get connect with the app.powerbi.com, or maybe if you want to work with the fabric related content part, those items, we need a proper or working mail ID. Then only we can work with this environment. Otherwise, no. So please observe here, whenever, if you can get start with a separate workspace, a new workspace, I'm just trying to create it, a new workspace. Let me give it as an FDD data, okay, real, something like that. Here, you will get to know what type of a licenses you are using. If you are using already a Pro for Power BI, it will works. But if you are trying to work with the fabric related items, which we just discussed, data factories and so on, we need to have either fabric capacity, or maybe if you want to try how it is going to work, you need to enable the trial capacity. Okay, I'm using trial capacity, apply it. Quickly, I will showcase to you. And if you have any queries also, I'm ready to take it. This is the front end view. Once the workspace has been created, FTT data real, and where we will get to know and see the licensing part. So here, related to the accessing part, manage access. You can see this view here. By default, I'm an administrator for this particular workspace. Maybe I will just try to showcase to you, trying to add some user. Okay, here you'll get to know these are the different workspace level permissions. Admin is the first. Maybe if you want to edit the content which is available on this particular workspace, I want to give an access to edit the content and even some advanced features part. In such kind of a scenario, member and my user, he just want to view only, like a read only the content. In such kind of a scenario, contributor. Last role is something like they will not edit it or they will not do anything. They'll just try to observe the what is available to take some quick decisions. We'll try to manage by providing an access like a viewer role. These are the 4 different roles that we are going to have. Fine, I'm not adding anything now. Let's try to check what are the different fabric related items on this workspace, FTG data real. So once you can try to select the new item, you will get to know. I already pinned with the favorite items. These are the favorite regularly used items. If you can try to click on this all items, you can see different personas. Like maybe I want to get started with the data exploration, with the data extraction smart, with the light source system. I can try to extract it, which is a preview. Just try to check which is a preview, which is a really general available. And maybe I want to build on the real-time dashboard. I can start working with the dashboard. So these are the different personas that are available for each and every workspace. So coming to the databases, you can see a little down also here, databases part. Okay. These are the different personas which we can start working on it. This is one way of get connect to your Microsoft Fabric items. Another approach, another one also I'll just try to showcase to you here. Hope you are able to see the vertical window here, real time. So if you can try to click on this real time, because I want to test with some real time data, like example, bike, they're providing some taxi related, some weather related as per the locations. We can try to navigate it. So I don't want to get started with this. I want to see here. So these are the different data sources. If you want to get work on the real time part, like a stock market, minute by minute or second, every second, the values will be getting, but this is just, like a sample data source system, sample data. Other than that, we are regularly using on Azure IoT Hub and as well as the Event Hub related connections. And other than that, if you want to play with some sample data, these are the sample stuff which is available, like a bicycle rental. It's a live only. Stock market values will be get changed based on the prices, event bid, event start time, event end time, and so on. Taxi related from one point, pickup point to the drop point. What is the distance? What is the fare from one point to the another point? Even we can try to showcase just particular representation wise this yellow taxi data too. So 3 different sources, sample source systems that try to provide. Other than that, as per the alphabetical order, you can see the live real-time streaming source systems we are able to see here. Okay, these are the real source systems which we can, as per the business requirement, we will get connect and we can see that analysis. Even recently I get a chance to work on this real-time data for the location which I'm staying. So it is working as expected and the numbers are very accurate. It is showcasing the weather report lively. Okay, you can just try to play around it. So what I will do in the sense, I'll just try to get connect to anything because I'm just working on this bicycle for some advanced concepts. Let me connect with the bicycle renter. So what I'm currently doing in the sense, I'm just trying to injecting the data to the event stream. You can see here, connect to the source, that is a bicycle, and this data will be get inject to the event stream. So the source name, maybe if you want to change the name of the source, you can change it. Or maybe the by default they're providing something like name new hyphen source. Or sometimes we will also get it change this event streaming naming conventions as per the requirement. But by default they're providing with new event stream and a streaming name. Okay, this is the streaming name. So let me add something like a bike. Okay, underscore space, it will not added. Okay, please keep in mind space hyphen underscore will not be get added. Bicycle new hyphen source. Click on this. So I'm just trying to injecting the data to the event stream now. Connect. It will take some time based on the network speed and the band. So where we are going to create the database then, you're going to create and work with the database set event house. Inside that you can create the database, or maybe if you want to pull over some new source systems also, you can pull it over from event house as well. So I'm just trying to finish it up here. Or sometimes, right, I want to perform some data transformations inside of this event stream. In such kind of a scenario, you can directly open this event stream. Okay, open event stream, that one also works. But what I will do in the sense, I just navigate to the real streaming. I can also finish it over, and this particular analysis, this particular icon, event stream icon will be visible to me on the created workspace, which I just created just now. Let me open this, open event stream. Let's see how the functionalities, what are the important areas that we keep in mind. So see here, currently it is a live. Left hand side, you are observing the Explorer, bike new underscore source, and the data is still passing, activities, it's loading now. And here, okay, this is the data set. And here, transform event or add destination. So transform event means maybe I want to perform some transformations on this data set, like limited number of records, or maybe I want to group with some particular category. Such kind of a scenario, I can perform some transformations on this particular extracted data, like aggregate it is supporting group by, maybe I want to join this particular table with another source system, I can try to join it, and so on. So what I will do in the sense, this particular information, the complete, whatever the data, it will be visible to me. I just want to get it load to the event house. In such kind of a scenario, you can configure it. See here, event house. If you want to perform some transformation, you can perform it. Or maybe if you want to transfer or else inject this particular data set to the event house, we can configure the destination path also. These are the destinations like custom endpoints, event house, and lake house. Maybe you want to get it stored this particular data set in my lake house that created a workspace. I can create it in the form of a lake house also. And the information looks in this way. So you can see the bike, point, ID, street, and so on, like a latitude, like geographical representation, number of bikes, and number of empty decks. Fine. Sometimes, right? Here also we can try to see the similar destination point. From here you can try to pick it up, or from here too. And coming to the transformation, at the top ribbon level, you can try to perform this ribbon. Let me showcase to you one quick data transformation. So maybe I want to perform grouping based on this data. See here, based on this particular, maybe the street-wise number of bikes, I want to perform some grouping based on this. In such kind of a scenario, select it. It will display the right hand side, the complete view, which you are going to perform this operation, like a group by, and try to choose the field here. Choose the field, aggregated field. Maybe I'll just try to perform the grouping based on sum of number of bikes. Choose the field here. A minute. Which one? Give me a minute. Field. 1 second. No, just give me a minute. Select. Yes, please go ahead. Sashi, can you please unmute Ganesh? 1 minute. I mean, just my screen is freezing. Sashi, can you please give an access to
Can
unmute him?
you please unmute yourself? We have allowed mic for you.
Yeah.
You have to connect to more.
Yes,
That
yes, yes. Yeah. I mean, sorry, it's not connect. I mean, I'm just facing this trouble. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. See here, you can see this fields. Number of bikes. Maybe I can try to perform this. Add. And here, these are the different time window functions are there, like hopping. Maybe my session will be get complete, maybe 1 to 10. 1 to 5, I want to complete my session. After 5, I want to continue it one more time. So in such kind of a scenario, you can try to make use of. By default, it is a tumbling session. Other than the tumbling, I mean, like these are the window functions actually. So we can try to configure based on the time frequencies when that particular execution will be get completed, like a session wise, like example, simple example. If I can put my session, particular laptop or maybe the TV, particular time and ideal time, after that it will be automatically switched off. This kind of an operations we can try to get it configured by using these functions too. So these are the different levels of functions which has been enabled, like hopping sessions. Each and every has a unique functionality. So tumbling is by default. So 5 seconds wise I want to trigger the notification and then save it. So fine. So this particular information, I want to get it stored to the data set. In such kind of a scenario, you can try to navigate to the event house. Just try to connect it. So here, provide an action like this. Tumbling I'm using and sum of number of bikes. So here still, where you want to get it stored this information, we haven't enabled it. So we know this particular workspace, destination FTD data lake. This is the workspace name. Try to give event house name as well, bikes, EV. It's taking time. Just give me a minute. I don't know because refresh is problem or. Yeah. The event house already selected. Otherwise, I mean, just taking some time. Just give me a minute. Let me remove this. Just give me a minute. I will just try to give the direct connection and then I will showcase to you. Right. Yeah. And the KQL table, we have to get it create. 1 second. Let me check the event house is available or not. If not, I will just try to create it. Just give me a minute. In the same workspace. So streaming, I'm just trying to inject to the specific event house. Event house I haven't created. Let me create it very quick. New item. Event house, yes. I'll just try to configure this event house to this. Okay. Bike source. This is the front end window for the event house. So again, repeating, it's not a database. So inside the event house, we can get it create multiple KQL databases too. So by default, you can see an icon with this KQL database. Once you can try to select, it will be get navigated to the, I mean, a dedicated database, which we haven't configured it. This is the event house, if you're observing the icon on the left-hand side, and this is the database. So currently it is a blank table. From here also we can get it configured that event stream, which I'm trying to create it. So here, please observe existing data, get data from this existing event stream. So like this also we can get it configure the event stream source systems too. Like FDDDL new, this is the one it's trying to load. So these are all based on the capacities. If you are using the 64 or different capacities are there, you can see the fastness as well. So by default, this is the connection. Maybe if you want to change the naming conventions, we can change it. From here also, we can try to navigate the event stream window. So maybe if we can try to select, it will see a feature like continue to the event stream. From here also we can do some transformations internally. We can perform those operations, data transformation operations. It will take some time. Any questions set in chat?
Yes, sir. We have a few questions.
Yes, please.
As this is real time, so how can we connect stock market data or live cricket score via API to event streaming?
Even streaming, if you have a postman, like if it is a website is a globally available, it's a public websites, just try with the web source systems. Okay, we can just try to inject the data via event stream only. And then you have to use some postman connectors too if you are trying to connect outside of the, if you want to do some practice. Otherwise it will not work out. Maybe if you want to play with the stock market, outside stock market, other than the existing sample data, we need to have a proper connector to get connect and see those analysis too. But this all depends upon backend, the API connectors. Otherwise, it's not possible to get it import into your event stream to this event house for writing the queries and so on. Hope I have answered to you. So this is how you can see here the bike dataset is available. Once I get in this particular table, if you can try to click on this KQL query set, you can see that information, complete information as well. By default, they're adding some queries. Predefined queries are there for the part of KQL. You can see here. You have a table name, pipeline operator for the logical test. Take is the command to see the number of record, 100 records. And maybe if you want to count the number of records or summarize last 30 minutes or 1 hour data, we can just try to change the number, how many records has been imported last 30 minutes. So by default, these are the queries. 3 queries has been added. Still, if you want to get it expertise on this KQL, there I'm regularly following on this KQL guide because I'm also new to this KQL concept, which I'm trying to understand this different commands. It's not as simple like a select start from something. We know this, but we need to understand which method or which command will be helpful to bring that analysis. Like a project is there, search operation, sort is there, order by. So these are all very important. These commands will be regularly used. So just maybe if possible, I will provide this link also to you in chat part. Chat. Okay, fine. Fine. Assume that I have written some queries. I want to save this as a dashboard. Two types of reports we can try to build it from here. You can navigate and see the real-time dashboard, real-time analysis, or a traditional method, this particular data set, you can also navigate and try to showcase those analysis via Power BI too. The one few more things I just observe here. If you are trying to prepare a real-time dashboard, the visual representation is a limited, but the numbers will be get execute real time. So you can see the continuous changes. If there is any new numbers or new data will be get pop up. But this create report in Power BI is a traditional method. We have to do the data refreshes and we can see ample data visualizations. Like you can see the bar chart, you can see some advanced charts also by using this create Power BI report. So as for the time being, what I will do in the sense from here, I will just try to take it forward with one of the real time, one of the project which is recently completed with this bike source system. Just wait. Same only. Let me showcase to you that how it looks like. See here. You can see the complete parameters, the event house storage part, and maybe if you're working with a team who is last accessed by that particular database, those are all information will be visible to you on this front end view. And sometimes if you want to get it live and see that real-time analysis, from here we can try to navigate and showcase the real-time dashboards as well. So I already prepared, as I said, I already prepared some of the real-time dashboard, which I'll just try to showcase to you right now based on the same similar data set. It looks in this way, the real-time dashboard part. So here I prepared two visualizations. One is for map, another is for neighborhood wise. I mean like based on neighborhood wise, how many number of empty decks that are available. So you can try to get it configure like a minute by minute basis, or the frequency part you can try to continuously also. You can refresh it. So here we have an option, and let me edit it so that you will get a better clarity of how many options are there. Yeah, auto refresh. I just enabled it, and you can see the continuous refresh or every 10 seconds, 30 minutes, or until that 1 day also we can try to configure this auto refreshes part. So where we are going to write this, maybe if you want to write or else visualize one more number or as one more metric, such kind of a scenario, you have to be in the edit mode. I'll just try to add one more tile. Go to the home tab, just try to enable the one more tile to add. So automatically some queries will be get detected as per the backend data, backend analysis part. On the top of it, you can just try to write the queries and try to call the table name. So this is the table name. Input bike is our table name. Let me check whether it is going to work. Input bike. Input. I just comment it. Bike. Yes. Input bike. So you can just try to type it. Take 100 or else count 100. So IntelliSense is there so that you can get to know which command you're trying to use it. So you can just try to check this particular KQL guide also. Second. Not much used data. Let's see the result. Okay. Sometimes you'll get a chance to work with some ad hoc visualizations as well. So maybe I want to get it, add this table chart as a visual means. We'll just try to add this as a table chart. See here, as I said, some of the visuals are limited. So if you're trying to prepare the real-time analysis, these are the visuals which has been listed on your right-hand side. You'll not see the flexibility to see the many visuals as like a Power BI. You'll just try to observe the real-time part. These are the different set of visualizations that are available on your visual type configurations. And maybe you can try to set the configurations and as well as conditions too. Maybe if the values has been exceeded and so on, we can try to configure it. And just try to create it as a table chart only. Fine. Any questions up to this part still?
Yes, sir. We have two questions related to RLS.
Yes. What is this?
Yes, sir. And where and how do we set RLS in Fabric?
RLS, you will not able to reset it. You have to do it in whenever you're trying to develop this report. Okay, in the semantic model level itself, if you are using the Fabric environment, you have to enable it. You can edit the semantic model in Power BI services itself. You can just try to check whether you are following the static row level security RLS or dynamic. Just have to add the DAX command accordingly if it is a dynamic. Okay, in Power BI services, if your organization is using Microsoft Fabric and you're trying to implement the RLS on the semantic model level while building the model, you have a functionality, make use of the DAX option and try to create the dynamic row level security, which we will follow on regular basis and implement it. Okay. Any other? And coming to the page addition also, limited part. So you can try to add the multiple visualizations within the page or just try to add the number of pages like this also. Like maybe I have already added the second page as well. Let me select the second page here. And how we are going to share this report analysis to the customers or end users. We as simple as easy. Once the editing activities has been done, make sure that this environment is going to be a live. You have to change it. You have to make sure that this activities has been get live and start sharing this analysis here. See here, please observe. Change it from the editing mode to the view and start sharing this analysis from here by using this share button. Like this we will do. Okay, here. Any questions? And a few more important details I'll just try to discuss. Sometimes I want to apply some filters based on some category. Like I want to see, this is real-time dashboard, right? Particular filter conditions. So you can try to filter these categories by creating some parameters and as well as base query functions too. So currently, let me change it. Where is this parameters and so on? I'll just try to showcase to you. So using these parameters, we can also create and call this particular neighborhood column. You can create which column, which query you're trying to make use of as a categorical selection like this single selection or multi-select, or maybe You want to sometimes this is a recent request from the user, like I want to write some free text whenever there is some change, or else whenever there is some selection. So free text also we can get it selected. So based on that, we can create a parameter, and that particular parameter we can call it your visualization. As simple as easy while defining these slicer selections on your real-time visual analysis part. And last part, which I'll just try to showcase to you, like how can I set a notification alert mechanism? Let me change it to the views mode. And here, please observe, set it as an alert. Maybe this neighborhood wise is my visualization, this bar chart. Select it. Select it. In the meantime, please try to read your queries if there is any. Select the neighborhood is my one of the visual. I want to set an alert based on this neighborhood wise bikes. I'm selecting here. It's taking time. Sorry for that. Select. It will take some time to pop up the window. Select set an alert. As I said right previously, we're calling it as an this particular as an reflexes. We are calling now it as a data activator. So frequency part, you can try to set it different frequencies. We can try to get it enabled. And this is the one I'm talking about. So based on a specific changes, I want to get it enable a notification. Like we can try to set the condition if the value will be get changed or maybe equal to different conditions we have it. We can try to enable those conditions. And the notification part, what are the different ways means? We can send an email, we